Hello. मामा ठीक है, पर मैं फिजा के लिए निकाल दिया।
Happy morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Happy morning, ma'am. This is Manasa, teacher from Iris Nagaram.
Happy morning, ma'am. This is Bindu from Nagaram branch. Iris.
Happy morning, ma'am. This is Aruna from Esra Nagar branch.
Happy morning to all.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Good morning, all of you. This is Parvati from Kukatpalli KPHB branch.
Good morning, ma'am.
This is Rupa
Yeah,
Rajan, ma'am. Esra
morning.
Nagar branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Latifa.
Hi, good morning, all of you. This is Ankita from KPHB branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Sabrina, KPHB branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Nanda from Defense Colony branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Tarni from Defense Colony.
Good morning, ma'am.
From KPHP branch.
Good morning,
ma'am. This is Srilata from KPHP branch.
From Defense Colony branch.
Morning, ma'am. This is Sasmita from Defense Colony branch.
Happy morning, ma'am. This is Hemalata from Iris Florets, Nagaram branch.
Happy morning, ma'am. This is Swarupa from Florets, Nagaram branch.
Happy morning, ma'am. I'm Nandini from Nagaram
branch.
Happy morning, ma'am. I'm nursery teacher from Nagaram, Iris.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Lydia from Iris Alkapur branch.
Good morning, everyone. This is
Good morning,
Pooja
ma'am. I am
Pradhan
Piali from
KPHP Phase 5 branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Sudha from Iris Florets, Sun City branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Katyayani from Iris Florets, Sun City.
Morning. This is my name is Alaika. This is from Iris Florets School. We are in Chatavahana Nagar.
Happy morning, ma'am. I'm Kameshwari from Iris Florets, Yapral.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pooja Jaiswal from Iris Florets, KPHP Phase 5 branch.
Happy morning, ma'am. My name is Lakshmi Tulsi. I am from Yapral branch.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Duti Banerjee from Iris Florets, Sun City branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Deepthi, Iris Florets, April branch.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Swarnasita from Medipalli. Hello. Ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Pushalata from Iris Florets, Malkajgiri branch.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Maheshwari, Medipalli branch.
Good morning, madam. This is Nadia, KPHB branch.
Mute చేసి Now it is unmute.
Hi, everyone. Happy morning to all of you.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. It is Bhaskar from Ranasthalam, Iris. Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Hari Krishna from Team Irish Ranastalam.
Hi everyone. Happy morning to all of you.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Happy morning, ma'am.
Welcome to you all for today's live session, faculty training program, which includes topics, factors affecting the learning of the child and ways to overcome the same, and child psychology. And me here, Sujata McKenna, in the education field for the past 23 years, worked as a teacher, vice principal, center head, and academic coordinator, and currently working with IRIS corporate academic team in curriculum and support with my colleagues Arinika and Spandana. Here I introduce before we start the program. We have post-lunch session, Child Psychology by Dimple Mehta. And the first session would be Factors Affecting the Learning of Child and Ways to Overcome the Same by Ramya Raman. Let me introduce. She was born in Gujarat. She is an educationist, trainer, and life coach. She has worked with corporate educational institutions, and today she is head academics.
Sujata ma'am, you're on mute.
Is it fine?
No, properly. Can't hear you.
Good morning, everyone.
One moment, Sujata ma'am. 1 second. Very good morning, friends. I request all of you to please kindly mute yourself. I wouldn't like to speak your name. Only Sujata ma'am will be unmuted. I request each one of you to kindly mute your microphones. Thank you, friends. I request 1+7 and Latifa Begum madam to please mute themselves. Thank you. Yes, Sujata ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Happy morning. Welcome to you all for today's live session, faculty training program, which includes topics, factors affecting the learning of the child and ways to overcome the same, and child psychology. Before we start our program, let me introduce about myself. I'm Sujata McKenna in the education field for the past 23 years as a teacher, vice principal, center head, academic coordinator, and currently working with IRIS corporate academic team in curriculum and support with my colleagues Arinika and Spandana. Let me introduce our trainer today, Madam Dimple Mehta. She was born in Gujarat. She is an educationist, trainer, and life coach. She has worked with corporate educational institutions, and today she is head academics at IRIS Educare, heading 3 countries. She has trained more than 12,000 teachers, professors, and principals of CBSE schools, colleges, and universities. She has trained more than 18,000 parents across the globe. She has conducted
Sujata ma'am, you're on mute.
Sujata ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, yes. She has contributed articles.
Ma'am, again on mute, ma'am.
The significance of all her live and virtual programs is that she conducts an open session for query resolution at the end of every program. She has conducted many workshops on Book My Show and Paytm Insider kind of platforms also. She has undertaken government projects for training police, nurses, teachers, orphans, etc. She has contributed articles to various magazines, given voice to many TV channels, and has been a keynote speaker on various platforms, addressing the audiences on education and parenting. She received a prestigious award for Best Corporate Trainer on 25th June 2022 in Mumbai. She has served as Inner Wheel President of District 315, and today she is a Rotarian. She is present on social media platforms with domain thedimplemehta.com, and her session would be post-lunch on child psychology. Next comes the factors affecting the learning of child and ways to overcome the same by Ramya Raman. Let me introduce Ramya Raman and her profile today. Ramya Raman is an Aquarian, born on 9th February 1975 and a Hyderabadi at heart. Being a people's person and multilingual with genuine love for travel, art and music only makes the exchange of information during session mutually enriching. A unique mix of advertising, marketing, personal management, and industrial relations by education and a master trainer by certification, along with expertise in delivering soft skills and behavioral skills training across sectors, industries, and verticals gives me the opportunity to connect with my audience while imparting life skills. She has given many trainings and is associated as a full-time corporate experience, giving trainings for public sectors, private sectors, BPOs, reality, insurance, agriculture, pharmaceuticals, hospitals, reproductive medicine, automobile, print media, consumer durable, airport, etc. And she has been also associated giving trainings in education sector in Hyderabad, and her trainings were International Institute of Information Technology, and she also gave trainings at various schools. And she has her training expertise in storytelling for kids, conducting puppet and Muppet shows, cookery classes for children, Be Alert informative sessions for children on preventive child sexual abuse, counseling parents and students, hospitals and maternity homes, and visiting faculty for human excellence, visiting faculty for jails in Telangana under Mahaparivartan program. And her training methodologies is a combination of lecture-based, instructor-centered training, classroom approach to a dynamic participant, multisensory learning, visual kinesthetic learning that's quick to understand and implement. In the end, await responses for organizations who believe in learning is not a destination, but a journey undertaken together by the trainer and the trainees. Let me call upon the first session, Factors Affecting the Learning on Child and Ways to Overcome the Same by Ramya Raman. Let me hand over the mic to Madam Ramya Raman onto online.
Appreciate it, ma'am. Thank you so much for the introduction. And my pranam and namaste and a happy morning to all you wonderful women and gentlemen around for this journey that we have started with today's topic. We are getting into a festive mode, and this is a very beautiful beginning where the knowledge comes in and the festivity of enjoyment comes in further. So keeping that in mind, I would love to start my journey. Most of your teachers must have seen me earlier in flesh and blood. When I say physically, you must have seen me in your locations. So for all the newcomers, I'm Ramya Raman, very beautifully introduced by Sujata ma'am. I'll take it forward now to introducing you to the topic that we have decided to run for today. Two important elements that I would like to share before we start the journey. Am I audible and visible to all of you? Just give a confirmation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And second important element.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And the second important element, I request all of you to have your scribbling pads and pens handy. Reason being two, because one, I would not want all our participants to get disturbed. So we would have a question answer session by end of the session. Okay, so there might be a lot of questions, thoughts, concerns that would come in. Or you can even better do is put it on the chat. So maybe Dimple ma'am or Sujata ma'am, anybody who can read it out, because when I'm doing the presentation, I can't read the chat. Okay, so I would request, if there are any questions that are coming to your mind, either you scribble it down in your scribbling pads, or you can put it across in your on the chat box of our Zoom. Any of the faculty can pause and maybe we can read it aloud and answer the questions then and there, or we can take it, park it for the end. I hope I'm clear. So let's all go on mute, except for me, of course. Okay, so any questions, queries, put it on the chat. Somebody obviously would read it and pause me and we can take it forward. I hope the rules are clear, because we only have a 3-hour session and I have oodles of information to share. Having said that, today is not a day of judgment. You have oodles of experience and I don't intend to doubt your experience. I have some amount of learning that I've imbibed during the process of my journey. So today's class is our class. So there will be a lot of information I will share, and there will be a lot that you will share as well. So it will be a mutually learning, benefiting journey. I hope all of you are comfortable with this. This also means that you will have to contribute when the questions are being asked. So keeping that comfort zone in mind, let's start our journey. And today's topic, the first hour of the day topic happens to be factors affecting early childhood learning. All of us, you don't have to be a parent to raise a child. I'm sure all of you agree to this. You don't have to be a mother to raise a child. This instinct, or a father to raise a child, this instinct is something that is humanly there in everybody. Okay, so the first demarcation that we have in mind, that you have to be a mother to understand a child, is the most wrong and misconceived notion that we've all had. Every beautiful person carries this amount of quotient of emotion in them, and that is where the bonding with the child becomes much more better. So having said that, home is the first place, you know, I know, but the second home for the child over a period of time, which increases by number of hours, is nothing but our school. Correct? So you are the second parent. So never forget the amount of ownership and responsibility that comes along with it. Right? So my humble pranams to all you teachers who are doing fabulously well, molding these wonderful children. So yes, we all come under certain amount of, concerns of what is affecting my child, of what is affecting our child when it comes to the learning element or learning quotient. So this is where we start our journey. Let me know if the slides are moving. I will keep asking you this. One person, maybe any of the co-hosts can answer it. And not everybody need to unmute. Just let me know if the slides are moving, because it's technical that we are connected with. Technology, it can backfire anytime. So anybody from the co-host can confirm if the slides are moving. I've come into the slide called agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Super. Thank you for the confirmation. Now we will move on now. This is an agenda for the next couple of hours that you and I are going to be there together with each other. And this is the takeaway that we're going to be looking forward to. The first one that we're going to understand is, why is it even important in the first place to know the effects that happen in a child's life, especially when the learning journey happens. Second, when we know the effect, we also need to understand the cause so that we can rectify, as simple as that, right? So these are the main 3 elements which we will be focusing on today. And any questions in relevance to this, please feel free to put it on the chat. Somebody from the coordinators will read it out for all of us. We will start our journey now. Give me a moment and just go ahead and say enter. Thank you. So why do you think is it important to know a child is the journey of the child, the learning journey of the child is good or progressive or delayed? So there are 2 primary reasons. Okay, to understand the whole course today of 3 hours is going to be focused on to know and understand what are the main causes that could be a fragment that could add to the delay of learning in a child. Second, once we know that there is a delay because of the 4 reasons, what are the collective and corrective measures can you as a faculty, you as a teacher and parents together as a team can do something to better the child's learning journey? Because this is the beginning of the life, right? And it has a long way to go. So this is where I will insist at every point, as much as I would like everybody to go on mute, please. I'd appreciate everybody to go on mute, please. Thank you. Could the coordinator check on the mute element, please? Thank you so much. So the corrective measure, the first important element that I would like to reiterate every time for the next 3 hours is this responsibility of a child is just not yours. It is also the parent. So everything has to be a package deal. Nothing goes alone. You cannot do one activity or exercise alone to improve a child's school, and that is not implemented at home. So this is a package where you involve the parents at every step of the journey to improve the child's betterment. I hope you're all able to understand what I'm saying. Now, do you see a slide that has changed? Do you see this picture there? Okay, this picture basically, it is a creativity that you need to now start thinking. This picture is also called a fishbone diagram. Okay, if you look at the right side, which is called child development, you see that portion that's more like the mouth of the fish. Okay, and this becomes the bigger portion of the fish and the tail end portion of the fish. So the fish is facing basically towards your right. Okay, it's called a fishbone diagram. So why is this diagram being shown to you? Because this is called a diagram where we do cause and effect analysis. What causes the problem, how it affects the problem. So once we know what are the causes and effects of the problem, then we can rework on correcting the problem. Now, why do we need to do this? Because a lot of times what happens, there is a lot of data that you start collecting about a particular child. Lot of data. Okay, the child keeps giving you subtle indications, very open indications. So when you start making your observations, it is overwhelming. As a teacher, you already have not just that one child, but you have many children in the class. Already data is too much loaded. So in order to sync it, in order to structure it, in order to analyze it better, there is a fishbone diagram that has been created. Don't go on the complication, just understand the fundamentals of it. You should now start thinking on paper. It is also called thinking on paper. Now, what does that mean? Child development is my concern. Correct? What all are the possible causes that can create the child development or a learning development as a concern? Comes on the left-hand side. Now you see some green color borders there. Yes, right? Those are the bones of the major bones of the fish. Okay. So what happens? You can pick up each major bone as one particular unit. You can put school, you can put environment, you can put transport, you can put home, you can put parents in particular, you can put social culture, you can put food and nutrition. As you can demark or subdivide them into categories. Reason being, the audience that you are catering to is a very young audience. What is affecting a child and how it is affecting a child cannot be pinpointed at one go. I hope you are able to understand what I'm saying. Yes, this might look like a very diligent job, a job which needs a lot of attention, correct. That is why your job becomes even more critical. Why this analysis is important? So when you're talking to a parent, when you're talking to the parent of the child, it is easy to pinpoint and say, these were areas that were observed. These are the causes that are creating the difficulty in the child. And this is how we need to rectify. So I will very quickly walk you through a few important elements. Okay. On the parental behavior, you see smoking is there, you see alcohol consumption is there, right? Now, why am I sharing this? Because this is not just a learning journey in school. The learning potential becomes good or bad or ugly on the environment from where the child has come also. That could be one of the major causes also. Hence, tracking down, figuring it out, going to the T will help you become, identify the cause much better. Right. Now, look at the parenting part. Care, knowledge, spending time. Are they good in stimulation in terms of, do they appreciate the child? Do they hug the child? How often do the parents sit with the child? Is there a hand holding happening? Is there a pat on the back happening? These are some chota elements, very chotu, elements which can also add into the learning, decrease in the learning capacity of the child. Okay. So this is how your observations for that special child should be. Okay. Again, when you look at nutrition, what is the child eating? Is he getting the right protein, right iron, right, calcium, and many other elements, many other nutritions. Kya khaya usne breakfast mein? Is it going well? Like, for example, my daughter has got a problem with gluten. तो उसको allergy होती है. And when you give her oats, when you give her rotis, when you give her bread, which has got again yeast in it. Yeast is again something she doesn't like. So when you feed a child which she doesn't like or the body doesn't accept, there's an allergic reaction that comes on her body, on her skin, and she starts having a flowy nose. And I know when you have a cold, you cannot concentrate. Your head starts hurting, your eyes starts watering. Yes, that could be one of the reasons why your child is not able to concentrate, at school or learn anything even at home. So you might be thinking, why am I going in detail? Because today's class happens to be understanding where a child lacks, or where we can improve the child, identify the problem area and get it better, correct? So the more detailed the homework is, the better identification we can do about the child. Okay? I'm just giving you some examples here. There are many more. When you start doing a lot of question answer sessions with the child and the parent, you will get much more data. Fair enough? Right? I hope I'm not too fast. I hope I'm understandable. Any questions, kindly put it on the chat, and I'll be more than glad to answer. Keeping this in mind, we will start our journey further ahead. The fundamental remains the same, which is the fishbone diagram, cause and effect diagram. Okay, keep this in mind, and then let's go further down into a few more factors that affect. Okay, right. I'm going to show you a video. I personally really like this video, and I hope it adds value to your learning as well. Have a look, have your scribbling pads and pens handy, and make your notes in whatever best ability you can, and then we can discuss on the same.
Remember to subscribe and don't
Okay, are you all able to hear and see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ma. Thanks for the confirmation.
forget to hit the bell icon to never miss an update from First Cry Parenting.
Sorry to disturb you. It is audible but not visible, ma'am.
Okay, now that you have told me, thank you. Let me see if I can help you play it again. Give me a moment, please.
Sure.
Maybe the way I had played it, it didn't go well. Let me see. Is it visible? Is the screen visible for you now? It's a blank screen.
Yeah, it's a white.
To subscribe and
is it visible, audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. Very good. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
don't forget to hit the bell icon to never miss an update from First Cry Parenting.
I hope it was visible to all of you, and I hope it made sense. Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so much, Garu. Right. So when you look at this, when you looked at this video, there would have been a lot of information that you must have realized, which we already do in IRIS, which we have already been doing in IRIS. Kala ma'am, I'm muting your phone. I know it happens unknowingly, but I'm going ahead and muting it. Otherwise, we cannot hear. Right. So when we saw the video, we must have, as a teacher being into this institution for a longer time, you must have realized there's a lot of things that you are already doing, which is a tick off. You're already doing very well. The only important element that you need to understand here is that when you are, especially the learning ability, when you're talking, I again reiterate, it cannot just be A, B, C, D or 1, 2, 3, 4. It is way beyond it. So learning abilities come from the first word that he said in the video was hereditary. Do you remember that? Right? So you will not you will not even realize a chinna vishayam, which is a hereditary thing, can also be a cause for a concern. You can't change your ancestors, you can't change your parent. That is a point taken, but it comes with a package. So for certain things cannot be, I'll give you a very important counseling which I did for one of the parent and their 4-year-old kid. And it will come as a surprise to you, majorly being, so this parent said, my child doesn't concentrate, my child doesn't do, doesn't go out and play much, my child doesn't even watch much of TV. So usually what happens if they don't go out and play, they watch a lot of TV, correct? But here it was not the other way. It was not even that. He just holds a book, and whether he's reading a book or not reading a book, he's just holding the book and sitting at one place. And only when you ask, he will say, unless you ask him, he will not even tell you. Very, very much to himself. So the mother got really concerned. And the first element that in the process of counseling and doing my investigation, I figured out that the parent was a single parent, number one. The mother was a single parent. Number two, the child in the school was told that a family can be a happy family only when there is a father, mother, sister, brother. Do you understand what I'm talking? So when you create a happy family feeling for a child in his head, there is two elements which are missing. One is the father, second is the sister. Are you able to relate what I'm saying? So because there are no two people in my house, my family cannot be happy. And since I know when something is taken away from you, you feel left out, right? Right? You feel like you have been forbidden from doing anything further. So for a child, okay, somebody, Manasa Garu has written, okay, this for her, the session is getting stuck. I can understand, you can rejoin Manasa Garu. That's all we can advise. So when this counseling part came in,
Stucking in the middle.
That's also because of the internet connectivity kuda. So don't blame yourself. Don't. It's a part of online learning, Andi. There is nothing we can do about it. Sarena?
Okay.
No problem. Thank you so much. So what I was trying to tell you is the case that came to me where a child was quite, was not able to concentrate on studies is because he felt his family was not a happy family. Because he didn't have a father and a sister to add on. Ee chinna element mana kanipistundi, but for him it's a very big ocean of information. For this, he was not able to play with his friends because other people would talk about, I went with my dad here, my dad bought me a gun, my dad bought me shoes. So my dad, Chapangane, for him, he started to feel that I'm not somebody who's a complete family. So unknowingly or knowingly, yedo oka chota, we end up saying something which the child probably cannot relate. Kahin na kahin hum ye galti karte hain. So I'm just trying to reiterate again that whenever you're talking about learning, journey of a child, there's a lot of homework that needs to be done before you pinpoint at a particular incident. or in a particular issue. I hope I'm understood by everybody, right? So I will now place the PPT again for you so that you are able to, we can move on now from the fishbone diagram to this. And now we'll move on to factors. I hope you're able to see the slide move. The slide here says about 4 main factors that can affect an early learning ability. Okay. You will be shocked. Prenatal, postnatal are another important element that we all overlook. Okay, we start seeing the child from the time he comes to the school or play school, but we do not see any background work. We don't even go to the background to the level of the conception and the process during the 9 months period. So sometimes the inability for a child to understand, comprehend, even reciprocate might take time because of these factors. Right? I hope now you understand when I show you when I showed you the fishbone diagram when we started the session. I hope now you will be able to relate, saying so much of data to be collected. When we see it on paper, we are able to identify it better. Right? So let's start our journey with these 4 important critical elements and a few more information that I'll share henceforth. Okay. The first one is prenatal. Okay. A lot of homework that needs to go in from asking a parent as to what was the process or the journey of her gestation period, or when she was about to deliver, or when she conceived to the delivery period. As a teacher, your journey doesn't stop there, it starts from there. Sometimes the issue might never be with the child at all. It could be something that must have occurred in the process of conception. You're getting where I'm coming from? So please be watchful, thoughtful, careful. Do a lot of due diligence. That's why I said the journey of improving a child to make him better can never be only by the teacher. It has to be with the parent. So when you say parent, it should start from the conception level. So how was the environment around? How was she? Was she working, not working? How was her lifestyle? What was she doing? What was her food habits that she would eat? These things might look very petty to you, might look very small to you, but mind you, it adds to the child what he is today. So if you are somebody who takes ownership about rectifying the error or rectifying what happened earlier, then this kind of a homework needs to be done. Right? I'm sure most of us were told when you are pregnant, you should be listening to a lot of, good things, good music, good bhajan, good prayers, watch carefully, be careful of what you're watching. You should not watch anything which is very scary and, overwhelming and things like those. Do you remember those days? Right? Why? Because it somewhere or the other affects directly or indirectly the growth of the child. And over a period of time, it shows up very differently when the child comes to school. So without spending much of ado, I'll go ahead. A few elements for you to focus upon. Okay. How many times do they really hug the child? How does these are important because I am a prenatal, postnatal a trainer myself. So I would say a lot of times to the parent that the making of the milk, the way the milk gets made also depends on not just what you eat, but the way you think, the way your body is taking in everything adds into that, and that is what makes the breast milk more nutritious for a baby. So I'm just giving you a simple glimpse. You don't have to ask these details, but you should know as a very important element in the child's life. You should know. Now you might have a next question saying, what if the child is not breastfed? Correct, my child was not breastfed. I was not breastfed. Yet I am good. Exceptions are there. Okay, so don't cling on to it. I'm just giving you concepts that you need to keep in mind, that there is a lot of element that adds to what a child is today. Right? So be careful, keep checking, and we can go on to the next level, which is the neighborhood factor. Before a child was born, maybe they took a house, or the parent took a house in a very different locality. It worked for them. But now, after the child being born, they will have to rework on this. Why is neighborhood important? Because a child is not just made by home and relatives, it's made by environmental factors and neighborhood also. So, where is the child living? What locality is he? Is it always a very posh locality or a rural locality? What kind of a background is the locality people all about? Do we have a lot of, I'm never saying slum area people are bad, but I'm saying the language that they use, the connections that they have might be very different. So where the child was raised in his initial years matter a lot. Where the parent is currently staying matters a lot. Do I make sense? Right? Parents live in the city and the child was sent to the grandparent to bring him in a gramam, in a village. Okay, that environment of freshness, falling in the mud, eating mud, taking bath in the river, has made him physically strong. But the moment he comes to the city, there's so much of pollution. Probably the games that he used to play in with his grandparents when he was around was very different. There's no space in the apartment. Cars, when they are parked, there is no place for children to play. There could be so many reasons. Is there a wine shop which is close by to the house or in the vicinity of the house? Then you find a lot of drunkard people around, people fallen on the roads. Believe it or not, these affect a child knowingly or unknowingly. So whenever you're doing your due diligence, whenever you're trying to identify, all these also are important elements to be touched upon. Okay, is there a playground? What kind of a playground? How big, how small? What kind of, do these people go, or do they send him with a driver or the maid servant? So many questions that come along. Everything has to be ticked off by you before you pinpoint and say the learning ability is missing because of this particular reason. Fair enough. I will come for the questions again. If there are any, please put it on the chat. Again, ensure that we don't see things like these on TV. Ensure also that these are not in the vicinity of the child. Drinking, smoking, physical abuse, mental abuse, financial abuse, everything affects the child. Your house might be beautiful, wonderful, very peaceful, but the environment in which around you stay, people are just shouting and howling and throwing utensils and galis, and you think a child will grow up well? It might not be in your house. It could be the environment around you. Be careful. The reasons why I'm sharing before we go into more deeper is you need to do a lot of homework before you can nail the reason behind why the child is, needs to improve in his learning skills. Next important element, another important element, which is called a social, environmental learning. So social etiquettes that we call, these are important to ensure. How do you do that? When you ask him questions, when you give him rules, when you tell him do's and don'ts, when you tell him, can you go get me a blue book which is on the table? Is he able to follow your directions and instructions clearly? These are chota, inputs, and these have to be small and brief. They cannot be long because these are kids. So see if he's, if this child is comfortable with other children around. How is this child? Is he helping people when there is an eraser fallen down? Is he picking up? Is he helping people? Is he kicking the eraser, or is he bending down and giving the eraser, or is he picking the eraser and putting it into his pocket? All these are elements that are into your observation. I hope I'm making sense, right? So whenever we talk about learning improvement, these are factors. This can give you actually tips where you need to focus upon in the child. How is the child when you ask the child a question? Is he looking into your eyes and answering to you? Or is he somebody who puts his head down and then answers? Or is he somebody who puts his head down and answers? Or maybe doesn't even answer? These are observation notes that you need to make in the fishbone diagram. How is his listening skill? Does he have to be told twice or thrice before he executes a work? Is it because he's hard of hearing because his parents talk aloud? I have a family friend of mine whose normal talking itself is very loud. Very loud. Normal talking itself between the husband and wife is very loud. So there is basically no secret. I, being a neighbor, I know most of what is happening in their house because they are so loud. Now, a child who is raised in a family which is loud, right? I'm again repeating, loud doesn't mean angry. Loud is loud. A voice which is more, a guntu which is more, which sounds very big. Now, this child will also start talking the same. And his hearing ability, if you talk softer, he will not be able to connect. Because at home, there's a pitch that he can identify. At school, there is a pitch that he is not able to connect. Are you all able to understand? So if I don't listen the instructions well, I don't execute them. And then we pinpoint saying it's a learning factor. I hope you're able to understand and relate to what I'm saying. So
yes, ma'am.
These are important figure out elements, which all of you need to work upon. So it is not just A, B, C, D. No, it is way beyond. The ocean is huge. Our ocean nunchi, I've taken only one spoon to share it with all of you. Okay, so keep that in mind. And the behavior aspect. How are they behaving with their friends? Is he sharing lunch boxes? Is he sharing water bottle? Is he sharing eraser? Is he, if there's a chair next to him and there's a child standing there to be placed, to sit down, is he calling the person and saying, sit here, there's a chair? So how is he? Is he respecting people? Is he respecting teachers? How is he talking? What are his manners? These also lead to make you understand as to if there is anything where a child is lacking. So at the end of the day, you have a lot of homework to do. A lot of homework to do. Anduke, that is exactly why I showed you the fishbone diagram picture in the first. If you start putting informations there, you will be able to come to the most important element or most important point to be rectified in a child. Okay? Right. So I will move on. Again, some social skills. These are beautiful, where you will be able to reciprocate to a child and see how his reactions are. Right? A lot of children, when they are coming from a broken family, coming from a family which is very abusive, they're not able to, they have too much of data, too much of information going in their head. Bahut zyada information keeps floating in their head at one point in time. So for them, for the question you have asked and to take out material from here and make sense takes a longer time. Hence, when you're starting to identify, ensure that your commands are simple. So a child is not very complicated in his head. He's able to identify and speak. It might take time, but that is one good way of looking, saying that this needs to be improved in a child. There is a cause of concern here. Again, if the child is crying, as a beautiful second, parent as you are, you would ask the child what happened, where is it hurting. Some children are very good exactly pinpointing and saying, this is what is my problem. But some children cannot even express that problem. win my counseling of 18 years. When children have said have had pain, out of say 10 students, 1 I have been able to identify where they have had some kind of an abuse. This is also an abuse only. Okay, not always a physical abuse or a sexual abuse. This is also an abuse only. So a child is not able to express because of the pain. He's not able to identify where the pain is. He's not able to identify why the pain is. Okay, so बहुत सारे questions पूछने होते हैं. You have to ask a lot of questions to identify and pinpoint at one pain area. So you need a lot of patience. Lot of patience. Right? So a few information that I've shared here with all of you on the slide. Giving responsibility, and are they taking responsibility, and are they executing responsibility? That's a very nice way of looking at it. Right? Personal space. This is something which is very important and critical for especially the learning, improvement in a child. People get intimidated when their personal space is, encroached. Don't think it is only for adults. It is also for children. Problem is children don't know how to say it, but they will give you body language indications very clearly. You should be able to observe their body language. You should be able to observe their facial expression. And they will actually tell you that they are uncomfortable because it's very intimidating. So these are again would be the reasons why a child is not able to concentrate or improve on his learning. Fair enough? Right? I'm not able to see the chat, but okay, any questions that are coming up?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have one doubt, ma'am. Ma'am, please elaborate how to give personal space to kids. Like, they are so small, they can't understand what is right and wrong, right? So how?
Correct.
I had this issue with my own son.
Correct. So if I may ask you for a little more detail, if it is not too personal, would you be able to tell me when you say personal space and you have an issue or a concern with your baby, could you give me one example where you see this or you feel that there is, this needs to improve?
Mom, I don't understand the meaning, like how to give personal space to kids. Like, they are so small, like.
I think I got your question. You mean you want to give a personal space to your child, right?
How to give that?
You don't have to give that. It will come natural for it. That is doing, you're doing it every day alone. You don't even realize you're doing it. Personal spaces, there are times when the child is playing by himself.
Yeah, he's playing every time.
Every time you don't go and say, no, Nana, manchiga aadtunava, enjoy chestunava, you don't go and pinpoint and, you don't put chabi on him, right? You don't keep intruding. That is called personal space. In a 24-hour, in which the child sleeps for about, say 10 hours, mota I'm saying, in that active time that he's there, whether he's at school or he's at home, every child needs to be given that space. Some children sit in the, I don't know about yours, but many children sit in the commode, bathroom. And they will have a book. I remember my children used to have. That was their personal time. They would talk to the water, they would sprinkle water, then they will talk when they are, pooing, then they will keep talking. So one dropped, then 2 dropped, and they'll have a book in their hand and they'll keep talking. That is called personal space, a space where a child can be beyond monitor. But the child is safe. Are you able to understand now?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
So you are already doing, as a wonderful mother, you're already giving a lot of space to your child. When he's drawing and you're cooking, isn't that personal space? You are giving him space. You never do.
Yeah.
He's running away. Correct? That is called personal space. Every child needs his space. Now, for one very quick example for what you had said, when the child is born, are you with the child all the time? Except even when the child is awake, there are times when you're busy cooking in the kitchen and the child is kept on the floor of the kitchen where you're looking at him when you're still cooking. Gurtunda?
Yeah, correct, ma'am.
And then you put that, a toy to him, he is happily chewing it and playing with it. That is personal time. Chinnapad nunchi meer istunnaru. From the time the kid was born, you're giving him personal space. So why not give him when he's growing? Are you able to understand? Was I able to answer your question?
Yeah. Now I'm able to read it, ma'am.
Very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem. So this is what is important when a child is overwhelmed with people around, people questioning him, not giving him space, always asking him questions. Hey, what are you doing? And every time they are monitoring him, that also becomes a problem for the child. That affects the learning ability of a child. Any other questions that are coming on this line here today?
Yes, ma'am. One child is there, ma'am, in my school.
Correct.
Okay, that child not listen to anyone, ma'am. He stand on a statue. How can I handle, ma'am, that student?
Okay. This is where a lot of homework needs to be done on the background. Lot of talking needs to be done, even not with the child, but with the parent. A parent has to be honest in terms of a lot of information. How you need to subtly understand how is the house environment, how are they financially, how are they as a couple, how are they as a couple, as a family, as a unit. Do they fight a lot? Are there a lot of arguments that happen? How does the parent react and respond to questions being asked? Suppose a husband is asking a question to the wife. Wife, right now she's very egoistic, so she's Mundi. When she's Mundi, she will not talk. Correct? Right? Everybody has got their own way. The father gets angry, he shuts the door and gets out of the house. What are these? These are observations made by the child, and he feels this is the character that needs to be a part of it. My amma does it, so I can also do it. That could be one. There could be something else that is probably happening. So there's a lot of question answers that you need to do with the parent in terms of how is their relationship with the child, how much time do they spend, what do they do as a family, what is it that the family or the child likes to eat. Simple things sometimes parents don't know. The mother says my child like gulab jamun, but that fellow actually will be liking jalebi. Are you able to understand what I'm saying? So when you say a child is stubborn because of something that is not going well with him. So let's start from the home and then come towards the school. What kind of friends do he have? Who does he go and play with? What kind of friends are they? Then you slowly start asking questions if there is a possibility for the mother to answer. Is there bullying happening in the school? Is there bullying happening in the class? Is he bullying people or people bullying him? Ivi anni matters untai, chala untai. So this will not happen overnight. Annitki time padta. Everything will take time. Sabko waqt lagega. Lekin dheere dheere questions ko unopen karna shuru karo. That is where you will come to this point of helping a parent also identify the child's growth. Right? Now, if you tell the child, if he's stubborn and he only stands at one place, it's okay. I will show you a video now. I will show you a video. I will show you a video. Okay, almost on the same lines of what you have mentioned. Chuddam. We will see, but everything will take time. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem, ma. No problem. Any other question? One doubt. Yes, Aruna. Yeah.
Ma'am, actually, one child is there, ma'am. So what happened is, parent has a second child too.
Okay.
So when, soon after they get pregnancy, no, ma'am, in some cases, those the first child was away from the parent from 2-3 years, and he got adjusted to the grandparents or atta like that.
Correct.
So after the second child grows up, whenever the first child is going to mother, he will get a lot of uncomfortable there, and it will take couple of days to get settled. He'll be crying in the nights, and in class also he'll be very cranky. He doesn't listen to any teacher. So that time how I'm exactly what to say is he right from beginning, 7th month, he got adjusted to the grandparents or atta. So he is not comfortable with the mother. So he becomes very dull, ma'am. He becomes very dull whenever he goes. It will take a couple of days. Sometimes it will take 1 month time also. That time teacher and the guardians who are taking care, they very to make child normal, it will take so much of time, ma'am, where the teacher and the parent cooperation is required.
Correct.
So how to handle that, ma'am?
Okay. Do you feel comfortable when you go to your atta's house the first night itself? You are able to sleep well, is it? Our vacation, are you able to sleep well in the night?
1-2 days.
Stick to that. Same thing with a child. We are adult, we adjust.
Yes.
But a child doesn't know that there is something called adjustment. And for him, he feels, why should I adjust? I like that place. Why you're not giving me what I want?
Yes.
Correct. Do you remember, Mana intlo, in our own house, we have our own pillows.
Yes.
Our own, this is my dupatti. I don't want anybody to use mine. Do you know that? Yes.
Yes.
Will a child not have it?
Yes,
a child will
yes.
also have it, correct? Now, here is the most important thing. I am not blaming the parent because they felt that was the best thing to do at that point. But they fail to realize that they're expecting the child to change overnight and adapt into a physical environment with people who are very different, who don't understand him. Please remember, there are two different environments. One is Ammama's, Nanama's environment, who have looked after him very differently. Maybe they've pampered him.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, Mama are practical because there is another baby to look after.
Yes.
In this process, the child is not comfortable here because he's not getting what he wants. So will you not run back to where you want to be comfortable? After about 1 week, you not say, let's go back home. Will you not say?
Yes, ma'am. The thing is, one small concern.
Correct.
Shall I say, ma'am?
Yes.
He is becoming very dumb, ma'am. Pulling back, he's staying silent. He's not talking to anyone. Calm. I don't know. Silent.
Silent aipotadu. Correct.
And for simple things also, he starts crying. He starts crying, weeping for a long hours.
Okay.
To make him normal.
What you think is chinnadi is a very peddadi for him.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You believe Chayaru. You remember the child? I don't know about your children, but my child used to suck her thumb.
Yes.
Okay. And flight lo velletappudu, there used to be a batta. My mother's chira, my mother's sari. Okay, we used to cut, hem it and give it to her. Chinnappudu nunchi. So she used to hold that. You know that mother's smell, my mother's body smell, that cotton kapda. So she used to like it a lot. So in the flight, there used to be, she used to never cry in the flight because she was very comfortable with this batta. So any new environment you take her, whether she's sleeping or not sleeping, she used to be very calm because she was comfortable with this.
Yes.
The moment I took the cloth out, she would cry like mad because for her, that's the only thing she could stick with, which was hers.
Yes.
Are you able to understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Right. So for a child also, what you think is very less, it's a very silly thing, might be the most important thing for him, which was taken away by him, by his parents, by his grandparents. Everki telusu.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Even sleeping, Amma probably used to put him on shoulder twice or thrice, pat him, and then probably sleep with him. Who knows? Maybe Amma doesn't sleep with him at all.
Yes.
Remember, you told this in the class, but I hope you don't tell this to the parent. Okay? What you need to, as a second parent, what you need to do, You start figuring it out. What is that insecure thing? Because he is very uncomfortable with the environment. If he is silent, that means he is not part of the group.
Environment.
Correct. Part of the environment. You're right. Right word used. When you're not
Yes.
part of the environment, what will you do? Either you'll run away or you'll shut
Yes.
your mouth and sit at one place. Ante kada?
Yes.
He's
Yes,
shutting
ma'am.
his mouth and sitting at one place because he cannot run. His
Yes,
house
ma'am.
is far. The van has to come and take him, or Amma Nana has to come and take him. He has to shut his mouth, so he knows his limitations. And in the best knowledge that he's got, he's doing what he knows the best. Second, just because he doesn't talk doesn't mean he doesn't know. Amma, the ears are open and the brain is there. He
Yes,
might
ma'am.
not open his mouth, his eyes are open. All
Yes.
these are called sensory organs. He
Yes.
might not be a part of active class, doesn't matter. But if the class is playing with the blocks, I will also give him one set of block, whether he's playing or not playing, I don't care. But if the whole class is getting a scribbling, a drawing sheet and crayons, this fellow will also get the same. He's doing it or not doing it, doesn't matter. So you're treating him like any other student.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're giving him a space. You need to
Yes.
give a lot of space. Addike aa space and cheptunnanu akkada. A child needs it takes a while for a child to get used to one environment to another. Marustu unte, they will not know which is the correct one to live with.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why they say changes should happen, but should not happen frequently.
Yes, ma'am.
Every week lo weekend vellipotam. The child will not understand what is happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Changes should happen and should happen slow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have I been able to answer your question? So start talking to the parent. Start understanding whatever happened in the past. What is the upbringing that he's had in 7 months? What was his amma contributing? What was the lady's mother contributing? What was the father's mother contributing? How were they looking after the child? What food was given? How was the food given? Sometimes even feeding matters a lot.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Maybe he liked nahi and annam and little uppu. Maybe that is what he liked, the first food. And
Yes,
then pakku annam, and then perugannam. Maybe that is how he liked.
Yes, ma'am.
So these chota eating habits also matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Koncham patience and start talking and asking questions to this person also, this little young fellow also, and also to the parent.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
never do it in public. One
No,
on
ma'am.
one.
No.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless.
Yes. Thank
Very
you,
nice.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
No problem. If a child is Amrita Garu,
Yes, ma'am.
so you wrote if a child is hyperactive and he wants what to point out, how to overcome it.
Yes, ma'am.
For
Because
me, he is ziddy. You
yes,
mean
ma'am.
stubborn. Stubborn. Okay. How often does this hyperactive kid demand something?
It's like in 10 days, we can see in the ratio, like one day he will be like, he only wants that puzzle. He only wants that tool. It's like only me.
But you're able to track it, no? 10 days.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'll be honest. Okay. Don't lie. This is how I do training. I hope you're used to me. Periods అయ్యేటప్పుడు మనకి ఎలా ఉంటుంది?
Ma'am, here English, ma'am. Telugu,
Okay. When you have your monthly days.
Yes, ma'am.
How is your reaction during those days?
Different every time.
Correct, no? Accept,
Yes.
no? Huh?
Yes.
And those 4 days, nobody should touch you, nobody should talk to you, least bit of communication, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
That is our physical thing.
Okay.
The child is also going through.
Okay.
10 days once is normal. He probably is seeking attention. He probably is needing attention. Probably wants you to focus on him and say, hey, you want to play this? You get it. Go ahead, enjoy.
Okay, ma'am.
10 days once is good. It is okay. All of us go through that mood swings. The child is also going through it.
Okay, ma'am.
If this whole process is happening regularly, then it's a red alert. 10 days once, you and I only go through. Why will the child not go through?
No, regular. It was happening before, but now he has slowed down.
Correct. And this will also slow down.
Okay, ma'am.
Give it time.
Okay.
The child is also growing up, no? Trying to
Yes.
get used to. Hoga.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
God bless you. No problem. No problem. Good.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I have like one child.
Yes.
Like child, she is little than I'm a senior KG teacher, ma'am.
Okay.
But the child is like she is of age of grade 1, but because of this COVID and all, she don't have the basics, so they have kept the child in grade senior KG, ma'am.
Okay.
So the thing is, now the child is over pampered at home, and she was not proper discipline and all because of this and all. Now the thing is, like as you told, like we have to work with the parents. So I was continuous, like she had little bit of like, as she's coming from home for the first time, she's pushing, hitting and also I just tried to speak with the parent, but the parent was telling at school it's your responsibility to make her disciplined. If you want, you can punish her, we don't have any issue, she's telling. But I say her that this is a happy play school and we can't do that. So just I need a few tips, ma'am, how to overcome that child. And she is not at all in a mood to listen to the class, always playing or chit chatting with friends, she'll be disturbing others also. So these things, and there are like few more kids in my class, ma'am, like they're not willing to listen the concept. All other activities they are ready to do, but when I speak or explain the concept for 4 to 5 minutes, that also they are not ready to listen. So just want to work out with those children. I want a little of your guidance.
Okay. So out of a class of say 20 students, right?
Yes, ma'am. Like we are 30 with 2 teachers.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So in a class of 30 students, there are about 4 to 5 students who are probably the kind who do not want to indulge in being in the class, being attentive, right?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And probably don't want to write either.
Yes, yes, ma'am. True.
Okay. Okay. In a UKG, LKG, what do you expect them to write, man? Okay.
Ma'am.
I understand. I completely understand. I understand your problem. Parents have got, it's not your fault. It is none of you teachers' fault. It is the expectation of parents which has gone higher.
Yes.
My child should be going to dance India dance and winning, and it should dance this well, it should sing this well. Come on, it's a child that you have to do. Right? And the innocence of the child is when the child is happily enjoying. Now, my important question coming up to you. Apart from not writing, tell me, are these children, when you ask them any kind of question, generic question, very generic, okay, nothing to related to school or topic or anything, generic, how are their responses?
Yeah, ma'am, they are responding good.
Remember, if the child was not observant and child is not absorbing, he would have not been able to answer your questions also. Okay. So that means the child is brainy enough. Only thing is nobody will like, do you like to write? Even today, I don't like to write. I should not be saying this, but even today, I don't like to write. I hate writing. I'm very good with audio. I'm very good with talking. You put me videos, you put me songs. I remember like this.
But ma'am, with this also, they are not accepting it. Like they are not able to grasp few concepts also, ma'am. Like we will be teaching them reading right now.
Correct.
So they are not able to grasp that also.
Correct.
So conceptual wise, like we should show progress in them, right, ma'am, in that academic year. That is our responsibility.
Yeah, that's your responsibility, but you need to understand that the product also needs to be cooperative to get your responsibility sorted. Right? So
okay, yes, ma'am, true.
Not all children are of the same learning ability.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yeah.
So
yes.
How many of you remember watching the movie Tare Zameen Par?
Yes, we remember, ma'am.
You remember, right?
Yes.
That movie is an eye-opener for all of us.
Okay.
That what you see the world and what those children might be seeing the world might be different. And learning ability or learning disability or not writing is not a disability.
Okay, ma'am. At least how to work with the discipline skills, ma'am.
Disciplinary skills are 2 things that I will tell you. This set of children should be given a different kind of a focus compared to others. We have 2 teachers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Let one teacher handle the 20 element and let one teacher handle the.
Okay.
Okay. Now let one teacher, because here there is also something called importance. When there are 30 children in the class, okay, and there, please remember, there has been COVID, there has been 30 students in the class, there are 2 teachers, and there's learning where I've only enjoyed so many days. It is very difficult for a child to get used to it. Okay, for one simple example, my child's school, when there was COVID of 2 years, they didn't go to school, they did online, they copied left, right, and center, including my own daughter. Okay. Scores were super duper hit. I could not believe my daughter can get that kind of scores because I know she copied. That is one part of the story. Now that the school has started, all the numbers fell down.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Yes. That means the child never used his brain, it was only copy, you know. So now there is no other choice, but in the class of 10, she has to do well to get into college, junior college, yes or no? But here, this is what I'm trying to say. When you're in COVID time, we had a different way of learning. For a child, it's the physical one which is appearing now. It takes him a while. There was a lot of lenience. So what I would request you to do is when one teacher is handling this set of 20 students, I request you to focus on these. Now, what do you need to focus on? Maybe not the same approach as what you're doing it for other children. Maybe that is not something the concept is able to understand.
Okay.
Maybe I want to be taught differently.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if I gave you this example in my earlier session. I'll give you a very quick, it's a joke, but I'll still say it to you. So there was this teacher who said, okay, Ramya, imagine you have 4 apples in your bag. Okay. And I took away 3 apples. Okay. How many are you left with? Okay. He says 2. Teacher again says, okay. I again explain. You understanding my question? So this is what the teacher tries to make him understand. Then he shows fingers. I gave you 5 apples. I'm taking away 3 apples. 4 apples. How many should be left? This guy is still answering 2. So the teacher gets confused. Then he says, okay, which animal do you like? He says, I like a rabbit. Then he says, okay, there are 5 rabbits. I take away 4 rabbits. How many are left? He says 1. Then he says, okay, let me go back to apple example again. Are you able to understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
ma'am. When he says the same apple example, he says again 2 are left. The teacher now loses it. He says, kya nonsense hai? When it's rabbit, he says correctly. When it comes apple, he says wrong. What is it?
Because he brought
I
one
already
from
have an
the
apple
home.
in the bag.
Yes.
See.
Yeah, ma'am. I remember you told this.
Correct. So never forget this concept. This is not just a story, it's a concept. So maybe my understanding of certain things are very different.
Okay.
Right? And maybe my approach also needs to be different. Maybe I don't want to be taught with 20 students together.
Okay.
Maybe I want you to sit with me and teach me. Yes, it is an additional responsibility. But well, that is what I've chosen myself to be.
Okay.
Don't expect overnight understand. They actually understand, but they don't say. Children understand everything. They are very smart. They don't say. That's all. They are testing your patience. That's all.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. No problem. So keeping these social skills in mind, these are also indicatives about how a child is receiving and responding to information. And this could be a very nice way of identifying where are the learning areas or curves that we need to focus upon. Keeping that in mind, we'll come now from the neighborhood to the family. We have talked a lot about the family element before in the discussion. I'm telling you now also. How a family acts and reacts, how the family spends time, how they talk, what is their language, how do they respect. Everything affects or defects on a child. Are they only eating junk food? Are they only eating, sometimes even eating only nutritious food is a killer. You can't always keep eating nutritious food. Sometimes junk is also important. So is it only nutritious food that the family is being fed? You know, maybe I have an allergy with papaya. Did you know I have an allergy with papaya? But you're feeding me because papaya is good for stomach. You understand me? So from eating to spending time to behavior to communication, everything comes into the family factor. Right? So this is also one of the elements. Like I gave you an example when I started the class. I said I did a counseling for a child who was a single parent, you know, came from a single parent family. Gurtunda, do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. So for them, the family in the school was taught mother, father, sister, brother. See, that is the problem that happens. Nutrition might be good, environment might be good, but the family factor is not good, no? Because my father is not there. My brother is not there. You getting the difference? So these are also elements that need to be corrected and rectified. Right? I would want you all to go on mute, please. Thank you. Okay, you might not be able to visual the details. I will walk you through it. But do you see how we can improve social emotional learning for a child? Okay, let me walk you through 4 important elements. One is model or modeling. You are a second parent of the child. I would want all of you to go on mute. It's a little disturbance, please. Can we be on mute? Okay. I'm muting people here. Don't misunderstand me. Otherwise, I will not be able to do the session. Okay. How to support social and emotional learning or develop in a child. Okay. This also will affect the classroom learning for a child. Hence, be a role model. Have you heard of this word called role model? Right? Showcase role model. The way you talk to your colleagues, the way you speak to your center manager, the way you're on the phone talking to your family, the way you talk to the students, the way you talk to the students' parents. Okay. Maybe the parent of the student is a very beautiful friend of yours, very good friend of yours. But in an environment which is office, how you talk to his parents. Abe, jabe, tube, model. Careful. Are you all with me on this? So another important element which people usually oversee is this element, because this is not something that can be seen, it is only felt. So develop a role model position in front of the child. Okay? Show a lot of empathy, not sympathy. That is why I said when a child is stubborn and you know the history that he goes to his grandmother's house and comes back, if you were in that place, you would have done the same. No different. Right? Empathy. Right? Next is reflect. You need to show what you believe. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. This is my favorite dialogue. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. So if you want to show and be a role model to these little young fellows, then you have to show it in action. Okay? Practice what you preach. You can't, when all your teachers meet for meetings, okay, just for that 5-minute meeting, and then you will go back to your respective classes. But when you have that 5-minute meeting, how do you appear in front of your colleagues? Do you really respect them? Do you open the door? When you walked in, there's another ma'am coming behind. Are you able to keep the door open for her and tell her to come in? Okay, some teacher was walking and she tripped on her sari. Did we help her adjust the sari? Did we, check on her if she's doing well? Did we give her some water to drink? Did we make her sit down? Ye sara dikhta hai. This is all visible. Always remember, show. What you sow, shall you reap. So this is what you're supposed to show. Next important element, loads of acceptance. Every culture, people, every child that comes from a different background, different home culture, right? Respect that. Right? When I say culture, culture of religion, culture of celebration, culture of wearing, culture of eating habits are different. Right? In some houses, upma cannot be eaten as lunch. In my house, everything can be done as lunch. If I'm not having the time, I will make upma for lunch. You have to eat, you have no choice. But in some places, they say, upma is supposed to be a morning breakfast, no? Think through. Yes, some questions coming in. Do you like the concept?
I also like upma sometimes as a dinner and lunch.
Mana intlo nadustundi, hamare ghar mein chalta hai. But what about the? That's what I'm saying. We don't know what other concepts are. Now, for example, North India, South India. There's a huge difference.
Huge difference, taste difference, culture difference. Part. It's like for example, sambar only, ma'am.
Correct. And forget that, in our weddings also we have that, even after biryani, we'll have the sambar and the white rice. Why? And the perugu, the dahi bhi rahega. The yogurt is also kept. Why? Because that's how the concept is. Do you see it in North? You will not find that in North. Why am I trying to give you these? These are also important elements that can help in improving the learning ability of a child. Maybe a child doesn't like certain things. Accepting that it is okay not to like. Right? Suppose you're cooking a food and there's peanut in it. I have a peanut allergy. I eat it because I like you. I will eat it. I don't want to hurt you. I will eat it. But then the kind of allergic reaction I'll have on my skin, my eyes, my nose, you are done. So I'm just giving you simple examples. Don't take me wrong. It's just because I have very little time. So I'm just trying to give you simple examples that can be relatable. Okay. So all these are a part of building up a child better as a complete, a holistic child. Okay. How is the trust factor? If the child has once mistrusted you or you got mistrusted by the child, how is your approach to the child now? Are you again going to give him responsibility? Are you going to doubt him again? Are you going to look at him like, you made a blunder last time, I'm going to keep an eye on you? Is that the way your approach is going to be? Or you're going to be like, I'm giving you, I want to see how you're working. Acceptance. So these are important. And last but not the least, you are born to do this. You have a beautiful profession with passion, which is the quotient of play element. If a child loves blocks to play, there are many block games that are available that can improve the child's thinking capabilities. If a child loves to draw, there could be one or the other way of doing things. You're already doing a fabulous job as beautiful teachers. Continue to do so. Right? So these are also elements that can add in the progress of learning of a child. Having said that, I have, I think, a video coming. Oh, this is my favorite. Can you all see this? Okay. So this is a calendar. This is a calendar, a 30-day calendar of every month. Okay. You can make it differently, but a 30-day challenge, it is called. I love this. And it changes from, upper KG to first class to second class. You can keep changing it. How? By adding a few important elements. Something came on chat, which I didn't read. I'm so sorry. I plan to sit with him in the first match. Where am I? Sorry, I'm going to read your Jayashri Garu. 1 second. Hi, my name is Jayashri. Okay. One child is there. He used to do sounds like animals, cows, but Jayashree Garu, does this child do this continuously in the class all the time? Or it's only when he is not interested in a particular subject or a topic?
No, ma'am. He used to be like a whole class will be like that only, ma'am.
Correct. Now, very important. I will again show you a video, but very important. This is a special learning ability. Okay. So this is not generally saying he doesn't understand math, science. No. It could be a psychological importance.
Okay.
Because I'm currently referred one of the parent to one of the psychologists, where this child does a lot of movement, body movement, front and back, and also creates a lot of sound. Okay, so there are many kind of learning of disabilities which a child could have, and this is probably a special ability. You cannot handle this. You cannot handle this because we are not certified to handle this. So you will have to refer refer the parent to take him to a psychologist who can analyze this child and make a treatment accordingly. He just needs
No,
special.
actually, when we talk with his parent, his parent is she's telling like, oh, is that happening there? I'm so surprised. I don't know why he's doing like that. Like she's like she's doing questions on us.
No,
I don't know how. No. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
So what I was saying, she's a parent. She will not want to, you know, if I was also a mother, I would also first pinpoint at you only. I will not, okay? Because anything which is not in my sight is not happening. As simple as that.
No, actually, ma'am, I'm not blaming that parent. Why? Because like all parents were like that only. Our childs are good for us. But the thing is, like how we can approach that point, like in which way, or we can correct that issue from our end, or is that required any other?
No, it needs other intervention. You are right. You are right. You are not licensed. You are not certified, okay, to handle this kind of a child.
Okay.
Okay. So you are not. Even I am not certified.
Actually, I plan.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I tried to make him sit in a first bench. Why? Because so let's see, the things may change. For that reason, I just made him make him to sit in first row or first bench. Whether I'm doing correct or not, ma'am, I'm not sure whether I'm forcing him to sit there.
Okay.
I'm just a bit confused with that.
No, there is nothing called right or wrong. First, every teacher sitting here, there is nothing called right or wrong. You as a parent, will you not make an experiment on the child to just see if it works?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
Ante. At the max, what will happen? The child will go back saying, I don't want to sit here. I'm more comfortable behind. At least you now know that the child doesn't want to sit in the front, right? But how would you have known otherwise? You would have not known. So please don't blame yourself. You are not God. You are a part of the Almighty. That's why you become a teacher. It's not easy to be what you are. So don't blame yourself. Try. Try in a way where it is not impacting the child bad.
Okay.
Okay. If the child is comfortable sitting in the forward, maybe we might see changes and you might turn out to be lucky. If he doesn't, we know that he doesn't want here.
Yes.
Correct. Now,
anyhow, he will sit. He will sit, ma'am. The thing is, like, he's not. He's telling like, I'm scared of sitting with these people. I'm scared of like he likes most the animals. I like cow. I like duck. He used to say such kind of thing. So
yes. So do we have soft toys which have got animals?
Yes, ma'am. We do have in our schools.
Bas. If that is
always
what
he pick those animals only, the cow, the elephant, he pick that and he'll just keep with him always. Whenever we go to play area. Yeah.
Any place a child is uncomfortable. If you remember, I talked to you about my little one with the my mother's sari. Remember?
Yeah. Yes,
that was security for the child, for my daughter. For this for this little young fellow, it is the animal that is giving soothing. It is okay. At the end of the day, if he's mentally comfortable with that animal there, and he's able to sit in the class and listen to you and understand one bit of it, job is done. Make the child comfortable. If the child is comfortable to sit with the cow, moo cow, and sit with the cow in his bench, he deserves to sit with the child. Because it makes him feel comfortable. Will you go to a place where you're scared and still learn?
No.
When we are adults, we ourselves get scared, no?
Yes.
Why does the child not feel comfortable?
But what my point is, like, I'm just trying to make him if it's the only play class, then it's okay. In mathematics class and science class also, he used to doing like that. I'm just trying to make him I'm not forcing him. I'm just trying to settle in a right way. That's what I'm trying to say.
What we can do, and what my advice would be, initially 1 week, let that animal sit with him, which he's been doing. Next time, let there be another chair, let that animal sit on the chair. Then we'll slowly move the chair a little away and away. The child, you're getting the difference I'm talking about. Okay, one element is that. Second, it is also important for you to, I don't know if it's legal at your end, Dimple ma'am and others should be able to advise me on this. If you are able to, because a parent should also understand that there is a concern which you are not able to rectify. Okay, so if there is a recording that can be done where a child, when he's taking out sounds of an animal or things during the class, if there could be a unknowingly, if there can be a recording that can be done and shared with just 2 minute or 1 minute recording. A parent at least will be able to identify, saying, okay, it is happening, the teacher is not lying.
Yes. Yeah.
Proof is important, ma, for anybody to buy, kada?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Sure.
if we prefer for personal space, what about academic goals? Bhaskar Garu, I don't understand what you meant by this. Could you be able to elaborate this, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
No problem, ma. I got a question on the chat. It says, if we prefer for personal space, what about academic goals? I couldn't understand your question. Would you be able to elaborate this, please?
Ma'am, earlier we have discussed what personal space is.
Correct.
So if we prefer to give all the children to have personal space, then what about the academic space?
Personal space is not 4 hours, sir.
But every child is in the same way.
That is okay. We are also, as adults, we are also in the same way, sir. If you see, you and I and the children are no different. We all need personal space. Okay. Now,
every child, not myself. If every child wants to have his personal space, then what about the education, academic, and all?
Sir, personal space ante meeku em arthamaindi. That's more important for me. Personal space is that couple of minutes or maybe 15 minutes or 10 minutes of space that a child would want to be by himself. Okay, when he's playing, suppose you've taught a child something, or he's playing with the blocks. That when you are explaining and playing when the child is playing with the blocks, you don't go and intrude into his space. Give about 5 or 7 minutes time and then check with him.
Okay.
Personal space ante, it is not a physical space, sir. It is a space of not talking also. It is a space of not connecting with the child for that time also.
If we entertain giving him the whole time, whatever he likes.
No, I never said whole time. I said you need to give him that space and I never said whole time. 4 hours lo meer oka 5-7 minutes ivalera na time. 4 hours and the 3 hours that the child is with me in Iris, there will be times when the child is automatically drawing. Okay, he's generally writing something. or he's doing something. Can you give that 5-7 minutes for the child and then go back and connect with the child?
If it is in the event of mother teacher, it happens. But if it is in the period by teacher, how it happens?
Sir, it is after all a kid, sir. You are treating him like an adult. Chinna Babu, sir. You have to treat him like a kid would be. I'm not saying give him all the space under the sun. Then your academics will go for a toss. You are right. You have your own commitments with the family, your own commitments with Iris. I'm able to understand completely, sir. I'm just saying, rather than overpowering and looking on the child all the time, every time, give some space of 5-7 minutes to the child for experimenting and exploring by himself. After that, you can again pull in your strings and get him back to attention. Half an hour after you have taught him, give him that space to experiment. Sir, we need to remember they are chinna pillalu. They have no clue of what the world is. And they are not used to this kind of a pressure.
But their parents have the same concern.
Sorry, come again, sir?
Their parents have different concern,
Sir, anduke nenu kasep munde cheppan. I just now told you. Parents have got high expectations from their own children, sir.
Okay.
So we can't do anything about their high expectations. What we can build up is a good child.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because remember, sir, primitive years are the critical years. If we are not able to handle the child correctly now, when he goes to the age of 8, 9, and 10th class, we will have major issues with the child. And that will again come back to the upbringing of how we've raised the child, which includes us also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So we will, I hope you're able to see the calendar. This calendar varies from different levels of academic approach. So if a child is 3 years, what all can be done on day 1, day 2, put this calendar across in your room and probably even share it with the parent that this month the child needs to tick off on these activities. Are you able to see what I'm talking? For example, day 15, plait a hair. You don't have to, the child will not even know how to plait a hair, doesn't matter. But does he know how to comb his hair? Does the child know he's got he or she has got a doll? Does he know how to comb the hair of the doll? These chotu, kinesthetic works that you can give for the parent also to observe where the social skills and independent skills can be developed in a child. I got another chat. You can't see the screen, Pooja? Okay, 1 second. Can others see the screen?
Yes, ma'am, but like some blue, it's not like the calendar is not visible to us properly, ma'am.
1 minute, Ankita.
That is coming.
देखती हूँ 1 second. 1 second दे दो. Let me check. Wow. 30 days of life skills challenge. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So
yes,
this again varies from academics to academics. Every time the child is growing up, you can change the number of days, but this is a calendar which should be shared with every parent. And after every month, they come back, what is being done, what is not done. It's a beautiful way of holistic upbringing of a child, both at home and at work, at school, sorry. So good. Thank you. You are able to see it, which is nice. Right. Now, this is where we all come. School factor. Can you see that? You will be shocked. Okay, can we all go on mute, please? Okay, I've done the mute part. Thank you. Okay. Can you all see the school factor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ouch. Okay. Now, when we're talking about the school factor, which is where all you beautiful people come into the category, a lot of things matter for a child not being able to be a part of the learning journey. You might be shocked. The location of the school. The location of the school matters. The distance from the home matters. Are you all with me on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So all these matter a lot. All these matter a lot. Can anybody tell me why distance from the school and home matters a lot? Anybody?
They get tired, ma'am.
One, they get tired.
They don't become tired and like.
Correct.
They are more willing to come school. They are not tired. They can spend much quality time in the school.
बहुत सही. But then there's one important element. How many of you, be honest, as an adult, how many of you have got motion sickness? Not loose motions. This is called motion sickness.
I
have. I also have, ma'am.
I have also, ma'am.
Home, ma'am.
I too have, ma'am. Yeah.
I love bikes. I like bikes. I like autos.
Exactly.
Anything is open. I cannot take buses. Buses navalla kaadu. I can't handle buses. I can't handle vans. Now,
car AC also same.
Correct. Thank you. Correct. We are all saving citizens. We all save a lot of electricity and money. People don't understand our worth. Anyway, jokes apart. Why am I saying? As adults, we have this problem. Children also carry this problem.
Exactly.
The whole psychology is, oh man, I need to school velala. If I have to go in the school, if I have to go, school bus aega. Van may I have to sit. When I sit in the van, then I will start vomiting. Then that bhaiya will get angry on me. He'll say, you clean up. Then that Didi sitting next to me, that you know, that it psychs. So when you're not happy doing a process or going to a school, when this all thing has to happen, how do you think you'll concentrate? And after having got that vomiting feeling, how much time does it take for you to come back to normal? It takes a while, no? Same is with the child. So sometimes the distance, the mode of transportation also matters. You might be shocked. You will be really shocked when I say even these matter when it comes to the learning ability of a child. Sometimes even the journey matters. The child comes from his home to school. His mom drives the bike and gets him to the school, and it's hot, majorly hot. It's hot. And you know when it's hot, how it hits the head, no? You feel that sunstroke, you feel the head swinging, correct? Yes, no? Wow, that was loud. Do I make sense? So all these, so as an academician, as a teacher, as a second parent to the child, you have to focus on these elements also. Where is my school? Is it next to a drain? Is it next to a nala, a huge, nala that is flowing continuously, but the smell of it is coming into my school? Is my environment around the school neat? Do I have a mechanic shop next to my school where they are denting and painting the, automobiles? So they are breaking it and running the, fumes and colors. Everything matters. Everything matters. How is my support staff? Every IRIS unit is a brand. Every person associated with the brand has to be a brand ambassador, even if it happens to be the driver who's picking up the children and getting, or the ayama who's taking the kid to the washroom, or the gatekeeper who's standing near the gate. Every single soul who's a part of IRIS is a representative, is a brand ambassador, need to maintain that decorum, not only looks, not only clothes, not only hygiene, but also speak a decent language. A language that can be understood by everybody. Body should not be overpowering. Language should not be intimidating. All these factors have to also be trained, because when a child comes to the school, it is coming to a new environment, an environment which he is not sure how it is going to be for him. It's not a very familiar environment. So everything matters. The color of the building, the seating arrangements, the teacher and their dressing sense, the perfume that the teacher wears, everything matters. Are you able to understand, relate what I'm saying? So everything could be a possibility. I have a problem with strong perfume. When I have a strong perfume, when I smell a strong perfume, I start sneezing. And then my eyebrows, this area, sinus, this starts getting activated. When this becomes high, I can't study anymore. I have to close my eyes and lie down, have a medication and lie down. Imagine what a child must be going through. You will be surprised when you talk about learning. Learning is not just ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, plus, minus, into, divide. A lot of factors add or delete on the progress of learning. The tone in which you talk to the child matters a lot. Is it an ordering tone or requesting tone? Is it a pleasing tone or a rude tone? Are you talking in front of everybody, or are you talking in person to me, just one-on-one? All that matters. Am I able to make sense to all of you? Again, there might be children who might not want to talk in the class. Could also be that they've been bullied in the school by somebody else, or they are the ones who are bullying other people. That also could be a possibility. So a lot of homework and a lot of due diligence has to be done by you before you jump to the gun saying this learning ability is missing is because of these. Yes, there are a couple of words that have come on chat. Let me quickly have a look. Hi, I'm Madhvi from Vizag. Okay. I have a child from first grade. Can you give a better suggestion for good remembrance to the child in topic done in the class? I am somebody who likes to sing. I like music. From the beginning, I've always liked music. So if you can give me something which I can hum.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, easy ledandi, but you will become a lyricist. I can guarantee you that. You will become a nice lyricist by the time you finish your, a couple of years into IRIS, you will become a professional lyricist. Sarena, no, but jokes apart, I'm not trying to pull your leg, but I am somebody who used to love music. I still love music. So for me, any song of Kishore Kumar, Rafi, Lata Mangeshkar, you tell me and you play the music and I'll be like, I'll be able to identify. That is how sharp I am when it comes to music. So for somebody who's so high in music or loves to dance or loves to sing, you have to, make my learning in a way where it is easy for me to understand. So I cannot probably understand what general public understands. I will have to be given a different approach to see. Maybe the same formula might work for other children also. Right?
But when I given any work to him, he'll do yet a day, but after 2-3 days again he'll forget, ma'am. He cannot spell the word also, even the small words also he cannot spell. So that for everything we cannot blame a parent itself also, ma'am. We also have to do something for the better remembrance. So can you please give me any suggestions?
So when you talk about remembrance, you need to connect it with activities that he does. So suppose you were trying to teach him about apple. Okay, apple, I'm just giving you a random example. You're talking to him about a word called apple and you say, Ritesh, what was kept on the table day before yesterday, or what was kept on my table day before yesterday? There was a round red thing. It was very interesting, very sweet. What do you think was that? I'm giving you an example. Please don't. Sometimes, children might not get the word right, but they'll be able to identify. Yes, ma'am. I remember you cut it for me and you gave one piece to me. I remember, ma'am. That means he remembers it's an apple. He might not be able to tell us it's an apple, but he's able to remember. So that means there is a remembrance. Okay. And then you can say, could you try the word? It starts with a, sounds a. Okay. And then probably introduce maybe like what you do in the school, you repeat it 5 times, repeat it 6 times,
Okay, ma'am. But if I give a homework in a written part, he used to do how many times? I used to say he used to do the written part, but when it comes to reading part, he is forgetting the spellings also. Even he cannot write even small spellings also.
Correct. The important element is you need to figure out who is doing his homework at home.
Okay.
Is he doing the homework himself, or it is like, when I was a kid, my mother used to do my homework. I should not lie.
Okay.
I used to sit on my mother's lap, but my mother used to write. I used to look around everywhere.
Yes, ma'am. As he is a grade 1 kid, he will do his homework, ma'am, in the assistance of her mother.
Correct. So that it is not assistance of the mother. He is assisting the mother. No, right. So you write, I will see. More. So see, don't get carried away with if a child is doing his homework and coming. We never know whether the child is really doing it. Right? So what you can do is, one, if you want to improve on his contribution in class in terms of verbal contribution, then you need to start connecting it to what he likes. Ask him questions that he'll be able to relate. And I have a very strong feeling it's the mother who's doing the homework.
She will identify the writing also, ma'am. I can identify his writing. He is doing the homework, but he will not get into his mind what he is writing.
Correct. Because he is not able to concentrate. Maybe for him it doesn't make sense. So we will have to see what else is that. At least, remember you said he doesn't remember also. Maybe he's not somebody who likes to write. Okay. Maybe he is somebody who has to improve on talking, verbal communication.
He's also having lack of concentration also, ma'am.
All of us have, no? Be honest. We have got 84 participants in today's class. Not all will be concentrating. They will have a child to be fed. They will have some other work happening. I'm not blaming anybody. Concentration is something that will not come completely for those 2-3 hours. It will not happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why play schools are called play-away method. Why do you think it's called a play-away method? We have to figure out ways of keeping the child engaged. Engaged doesn't mean keeping him busy. Engaged means ensuring that his mind is used and to use the mind. So try and see what is working for the child. Maybe he is somebody. He probably would want to. You probably want to improve on his thinking skills. So you will have to probably ask him questions, and maybe not direct questions. Maybe you should ask him questions relevant to the day's activity that we've done. You'll have to figure out, because that is the only way. And if still you're finding that in the class he's not able to even comprehend that 3 alphabet, it's something where there is an escalation. When I say escalation, something that you cannot handle, you'll have to tell that. But before that, a lot of homework needs to be done. Okay. So be careful before you even speak to the parent. So,
okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Iris Mallikajigiri, I have a student, he doesn't talk anything here, but he, after going home, he repeats everything that that what I say in the class and how I teach him in writing. So please give me a guidance. Oh, I like this child. So children like to imitate. Okay. We also like to imitate people. Okay. So a child obviously likes you and likes to imitate at home. One thing you should be happy is able to say what he's learned at home. So he's somebody who's very observant. Now you might be wanting, and now according to your question, you want him to speak in the class, correct? So if you want to make him speak in the class, your question should always be framed very differently. Your question should be framed like, so what can can I have your name? Iris Malkajgiri ma'am, whoever wrote. Whoever wrote. Okay. Suppose you are, I don't know who is this. Okay, I'm just giving a random name. Okay. So for example, so you will say to the student, so Krishna, how do you think Ramya ma'am will go? How do you think Ramya ma'am will answer this question? Krishna, let's see how you think Ramya ma'am will answer this question. I want to know if you can, imitate Ramya ma'am and tell me how it looks. Could you tell me how it is? Are you with me? Iris Malkajgiri, the question you had asked. So, if a child is directly, when asked question, is not, put yourself there and say, "Ki main rehti to kya karte?" How do you think Ramya ma'am will answer this question? Imitate. Class, everybody. Krishna is going to imitate me, and let's see how good he does it. Right? That is one way of looking at it. Am I audible to all of you? Because I suddenly don't see anybody around.
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay. So the job role, the job responsibility that all of you are holding is not an easy job. You are somebody who has to be there for the child to identify inputs and give those inputs to the family, so that we can build a better, upgrade the child a better, or make him be a better learner. So okay, here there are people happy to see you, Pooja ma'am. Ma'am is saying, fair enough. I get I was thinking there was messages coming.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, one question, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, there are some children who repeat the question same to us. If we repeat the question, we want answer, but they repeat the same question what we have repeated.
Correct. So how are you handling it when they repeat the same thing? What do you tell them?
Like some language, Telugu language, Hindi language, if they don't understand English, I ask them in Telugu also.
Very good. Excellent. Anything else that you do? Then do you get the answer?
After after using the second language.
That's okay. But first language, did he repeat the same language which you spoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing to worry. Nothing to worry.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, go on, ma.
Ma'am, I have 2 kids in my class. They cannot express anything. When we are asking questions, they are look at me only. They can't do anything. They can't write. They are unable to write in front of me. They are not afraid of me. When I am taking attendance, you can say loudly, then only I will give you present. I can say that every day, but they cannot say a little bit loud. I cannot hear their voice. They are in classroom or not. Not only because attendance. I'm asking some questions after completing the lesson. That time also, but they know the answers. I know that they are clever, but they cannot express anything. How can I handle them, ma'am?
What is their background? These two, did you do some amount of homework to figure out what kind of a background they come from? What kind of a family? How is the family bonding? How much do they talk? Are the children the same at home? Did you manage to get this data across?
Actually, I spoke to their parents so many times, not 2-3 times, but they told me they're very active in home compared to school. I don't know how why they are behaving like that. I don't know. They are telling like that only.
Okay, no problem. At least the parent are saying that they are active at home. Correct. Now, a few important elements. Talk to the parent to figure out if they are active when they are active and happy. Children, when they are home, they are happy. So are they not happy with the school? Are they not happy? Because that's the only way a parent can figure out and let us know. Because if I ask the child is anyway not talking. Correct? Correct? So
actually, I am asking them personally, are you enjoying the school, your teachers, everything? When I ask them, exactly they are telling yes, ma'am, like that, very slowly. but they like the school. But
no, just because a child says he likes the school doesn't mean he likes the school. He's probably saying it because he has to say it. Anduke cheptunanu, do me one help. When you're next talking to the parent, have a few questions ready. Okay? When I say have a few questions ready, I would want you to ask them questions in relevance to what kind of an activity do these guys do after they go back? Okay, what kind of a time are these parents spending? What kind of a food does these guys like? What is the conversation that these guys do? Tell the parents to ask the children that how is their school experience and what do they like and what do they don't? Do they need any change? So these are things which a parent should be able to give us data from. Okay, it is nothing to do with you. It is nothing to do with you. It is probably also because the child comes from a family which is very soft spoken, or the child is scared about something, or he's still getting used to being comfortable with you. Do you like everybody?
Yes, ma'am. No. Yes, ma'am.
No. Do you really like everybody in your life, whoever has come and gone?
No, ma'am. No.
So the child also, I don't know, maybe he likes me, but maybe he doesn't want to converse with me. Maybe he has some other hindrances that are happening. How is he traveling? How is their financial background? Do they have a car that they come? Is there an AC that needs to be required? Is it that the child feels too claustrophobic sitting? So there are multiple elements, ma. That is why I'm trying to repeatedly tell you people, today's important is learning does not mean ABCD 1 + 2 + 3 nahi hai. There could be many other elements that can delete or add to the learning journey of a child. So I will show you a few videos to give you a little more clarity that will give you a better picture. I'll do it now. Okay. I'm sure you people are already doing something called PBSA, especially with the special children that you have in class whom you are concerned about. Every formula for every child is going to be different. So you'll have to formulate a plan where you try and experiment with the child, see how the progress has happened and act accordingly with the support of the parent. This PDSA model can be used not only in school, but me as a trainer, organization like IRIS, IT industry, but this starts from you. Is it a big problem or a small problem? Identify the problem, then we'll decide big or small. What are the various red alerts that is coming in your problem area?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm like same from the KPHP branch. Like we have one girl. Actually, I went to her class as a supporting teacher once only. So what her class teacher told me, but her parents are not cooperating. Like she used to keep one cloth and she used to keep it. Suddenly she used to keep inside her tummy and treat it as a baby. She used to wipe the floor, and other kids become distracted. And she's in nursery now. The class teacher requested the parents don't send the cloth, but in spite of them, they are sending that small cloth.
Okay.
And that cloth is not even clean. That cloth is dirty. Saying one day they sent the small toy, then that day girl was okay.
Sorry, what did you say? When was the girl okay?
Yeah, one day when the parent, because the class teacher has requested a lot the parents to not to send the cloth. The one day they sent the small soft toy. Then that day she was okay with the other kids. She mingled very well with the kids.
and now she still gets the cloth, is what you mean?
Yeah, ma'am. When the parents are sending the cloth, she is like very much fascinated with the cloth. Only she plays and wipes the floor, and she keep it inside her tummy. You don't behave like a normal kid.
How do you decide that's not a normal thing?
Because we don't understand. Like what we want, like what we don't know.
Correct. So yes, this could be one of the special cases. Like I'm going to show you a video now. You'll get a better picture of what I'm talking. So learning disability or lacking in learning progress could be because of many other reasons also, not just home, society, family, school. Beyond this also there could be possibilities. That is why I'm saying be on alert all the time. Make your homework, do your due diligence. You can only handle it to an extent, but after that it has to be handled by other specialized people. Okay, and as far as this blankie thing or a cloth thing is concerned, I think you should tell, I'm sure you must have already told the parents that that the child need not be sent, because last time when you didn't send the cloth, the girl was fine. I'm sure you must have said that, right?
No, yes.
Yes, and yet the cloth is coming. Sometimes it's because maybe you don't know what is happening at home. Maybe the child is arrogant, the child is crying, the child is hyper. Correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
है ना, हो सकता है. So there could be many. मैं अभी आपको दिखाती हूँ. I'll show you the video for you to get a little idea of where it is, and then we can take this forward. Okay?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, already my colleague Jayashree ma'am shared you one thing about one particular person who is shouting like an animal in our class. In my class, so he is behaving like that only. How can we share this to his parents? How can I? He's not a normal person. We know that. How can we share?
Like I said, to Jayashree ma'am also, I said the same. Nikura ade cheptunnanu that parents cannot buy the point unless they see it.
Actually, what they are telling to me when we meet together, they are telling in home he's all right, he's okay, he's enjoying everything they're saying. But compared to other kids, he is not okay, ma'am. We know that. But why they are lying? I don't know this word we have to use or not. Really, they are lying. They are hiding something. He has a problem.
Correct. It's okay. It's okay. Every parent feels their child is good, and it is fine by the parent. That is why I'm saying when they say that they are, at home the child is fine, but at school the child is not doing well. Sometimes a small short 1 minute a video of the child's behavior can be recorded and sent across to the parent. Not sent across. Call the parents for the PTM meeting, especially for this particular child. Show the video, and sometimes it is important to confront a parent. I know business is something which we cannot lose, but remember, as parents, they expect responsibility of the teacher also, no? That my child should now start talking, my child should be good in English, my child should be able to connect with everybody. There's an expectation, right?
Yes.
Correct. So when your expectation is there, then you should be clear of if there are any issues also, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Parents can't come hiding information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when parents are not coming out in open, they will go out in open. Because at the end of the day, it is not about your ego, my ego. It is about the child who is just started his journey of learning now.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't correct him now. It is not about your ego, Iris as a brand or anything. It is about the parent and the child. Tomorrow, if he has to be a stronger person for the society, you have to start, a right kind of treatment for him if it is required. And if the parent is hiding, then they are actually the major culprits when it comes to the child's upbringing. Then they should not come back to Iris and say, why my child has not progressed. Then we always have a right to say that I've been trying to ask you for help and assistance. If it was possible, we are anyway doing it. So for your brand, you will be more safer. People will not at least pinpoint at our brand and say that teachers are not nice. At least we were able to identify, which the parents otherwise did not, right? Yes or no?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Rajlakshmi, ma'am. Just I want a suggestion how to handle a introvert student or children. They don't tell what they are feeling. There is a boy in my class, ma'am. I am taking grade 2. He only plays with our class children, grade 2 children. He won't play with other children.
Okay.
And even from last 3 months, I'm observing him. He won't talk with other class children. Just like hi, bye. That's it, ma'am.
Okay.
So
what
his
is your concern?
mother is also complaining the same thing, ma'am. He is playing only with his brother.
And how old is he, you said?
I think he is 7 years old, ma'am.
Okay. At least in the class, is he playing with his classmates?
Yes, ma'am. He speaks with classmates, but only with grade 2. While in the break, all the children are sitting and having lunch. Even at that time also, he is talking only with grade 2 children.
It's okay. I don't see a concern why we should be.
Not concern, ma'am. Just I'm thinking he has to play with everyone or something. Like
Why should he play with everybody? Why should he play with everybody?
అంటే అలాగే అంటే స్కూల్లో కదా ఫ్రెండ్స్ చేసుకుంటారు వాళ్ళకి
ఆల్రెడీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ చేసుకున్నారు కదా ఆల్రెడీ సెకండ్ క్లాస్ ఫ్రెండ్స్ తో వాడి క్లాస్మేట్స్ తో మాట్లాడుతున్నారు కదా ఆడుతున్నారు కదా
ఎస్ మ్యామ్ ఎస్ బట్ అంటే ఇంకా అంటే మన చిల్డ్రన్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి ఏమి తెలియదు కాబట్టి అందరితో పాటు ఆడుకుంటూ ఉంటారు కదా విత్ ఓన్లీ గ్రేడ్ 2 చిల్డ్రన్ తోనే ఉంటున్నాడు వాళ్ళతోనే మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు ఇన్ కేస్ ఇఫ్ ఎనీబడి ఈస్ అబ్సెంట్ వాట్ విల్ బి his state of mind?
Nothing will happen. His state of mind, when he talks to everybody, that day also he'll talk. 2 days he will not talk. 3 days he will not. If he really wants to talk, he will talk to everybody. Please, deenni complicate cheyakandi. It's a very simple. It's a very simple thing.
Just I'm asking a suggestion.
No, you are perfectly doing your job, ma. You are perfectly doing your job. Your observation is correct, but
okay.
He's with his friends, he's talking well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Every year we grow, this fellow will also grow. Next year he will become he'll open. And there are people, believe me, Andy, you should be blessed. Okay. Blessed. You should be very blessed that he's at least playing with second class students. My daughter plays with 3 years extra senior. I know what my problem is. My daughter plays with children. When she was in 8th, she was playing with children who were in 11th class. Imagine the attention I must have gone through, because an 8th class brain and 11th class brain is very different.
Okay.
So which is more scary, to second class communication or next class communication? So don't worry. You are
okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Sabrina from KPHP.
Hi, Sabrina.
Actually, one boy is there in my class. He's not doing his homework. When I discussed with his father, he is telling that we are parents both are working. We are not able to do the homework and everything. From morning onwards, afternoon, he is here only. What you are doing here? Like that, he is asking me. End of the day, he'll ask me now what my son learned from you, like that. What to do, ma'am? How to handle the son and the father also?
Very important and very, very viable question. In a situation where both the parents are working, they are not available to raise the child. But then you need to also let them know that you have only 4 hours to be with the child, correct?
Yes.
In that 4 hours, to the best of your ability, you're doing. Homework is not anything, it's practice.
Yes.
Remember, one of the teachers had mentioned he forgets. After 2 days he forgets. Why do we give homework? Is for the child to practice.
Yes.
Correct. So when I am doing one part of my job, which is teaching the child and helping the child, I want the parent support also on the other side to help it. So if they say they are not in a position to contribute, then that is a lack that is coming from the parent's end, and it's not your fault. You have to tell the parent that we have to do it as a team. Just because you send your child here doesn't mean I'll make him a Nadial, or I will not make him a super million woman and all that. He's coming to school. He will get his share of knowledge, but parents' contribution, especially in the primitive years, is very essential.
While I'm asking his in this classroom, while I'm asking to write, ma'am, he's copying with other boys, other books. While I'm sitting single, I'm asking to write. While I'm telling slanting lines, sleeping lines, he's writing very well. But in the home, there is no cooperation, ma'am. How to?
No, that is what I'm saying. Madam, for everything, don't take the blame on yourself.
Okay.
Please remember, you are doing your job and you're doing it very well. But remember, you cannot perform your job very well if the parent is not supportive. So please go back to the parent and you will have to tell them you need to figure out a time, because they have to spend that time and it's affecting the child's growth.
Excuse me, ma'am.
And one more question, ma'am.
Yes.
Another boy is there, Dhruvan. His elder brother is a special kid. He's at home only.
Okay.
In the beginning days, I controlled him very well, ma'am. He's doing some sounds her brother is doing at the home. In the beginning days, I controlled him very well. He's sitting very well. After this Dasra long holidays came, ma'am. After that, he is very, very, very naughty and not at all sitting in the classroom and doing some murmuring sounds, voices, and pulling other chairs while other kids are sitting on the chair. He is pulling the chair and beating the other kids. And while I'm telling to his father, just he is naughty, that's it, nothing else, nothing else. How to control the kid, tell me, ma'am. While Saturday and Sunday is holidays, all the 5 days my work gone. While he is coming to Monday to the school.
Every day is every week is a new beginning.
Yes, yeah, new week to me. He's not at all sitting on the class by doing some noises like that, tuck, 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 like that. That brother is doing at the home.
Correct.
What to do?
You need to understand. I'm sure you already have done your homework. As much as you understand that for a child, a sibling, whether it's a friend or a brother, that's their playmate, right?
Yes.
So for the child, he has seen this brother responding just the same way, so he feels that is the right way to do.
Okay. What to do, ma'am? Actually, in the beginning days, his mother told me he's very good. In other school, I didn't get this progress. Your school is very good. I get this progress. He is very good in the home also. He's not doing anything, murmuring and everything, no sounds. He's very good. But after these holidays, she again came, again started like this. My son gone back days like that. She is telling.
See, that's what I'm trying to tell even in my earlier question answer that we were doing. Please remember, the growth of a child, the learning ability of a child, the growth of a child, completely responsibility is on two people. One is you and one is the parent. Okay? And you also need to understand that the child has no other person that he plays with except for his brother who is special. So that brother converses. Just because it is doing a conversation now doesn't mean this is how the child, this fellow who comes to our school, doesn't mean he's going to remain like this. As he grows older, he'll start maturing. But for now, to handle the class, it will never remain the same. Because as you grow, you will start talking, you will have new friends to go to. You know, some friends in school, some friends in colony. So you will have
Yes, yes.
you know, so things will change. I will be very honest, it will not remain for too long. But
Okay,
yes,
ma'am.
just
One more question, ma'am. Please,
yes.
I'm taking long time.
No, please.
I am a 5 years son, daughter, mother.
Okay.
My son is very good at oral.
Okay.
He's also in IRIS KPHB only. He's in UKG. His teacher is telling that he is good in oral, but he's not at all interested to write, ma'am. How to, in the home also he is doing like that. Well, I'm asking to write, he is throwing the pencil and running away. Orally is very good. He knows every color, shapes, everything. So what to do, I don't know. As a mother and as a teacher also, what to do, I don't know, ma'am. Tell me one suggestion. My son wants to write, ma'am. What to do? Tell me.
Okay. If I have to ask you, can you tell the same information in 2 lines?
Same information in 2 lines.
Now you gave me that information about your son, right?
Yes.
Same information you told about 6-7 lines, you know?
My son is orally very good, ma'am. He is not interested to write.
This is all you're supposed to say. No, I'm not trying to pull your leg. I'm just trying to say, sometimes, you know, because we become so emotional that there's so much of data we keep pouring, but the major data that you're trying to say is 2 things.
No, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Ma'am, Shaurya used to write, but Sabrina ma'am is not giving him much time, I think, ma'am. When I was with him,
welcome to the world of WWF.
Ma'am, he is very good in studies, ma'am. But
no, ma'am, actually, yes, ma'am. Orally, he is very clever and he knows everything. But writing part is very difficult. While I'm asking to shout to write, he's throwing the pencil and not at all interested to write. Okay, I think he's not in mood. After some time, I'll ask to write. No, he's not at all interested to write and running away, crying a lot. No writing, mama, no writing like that, ma'am.
I know. It is very sad, but it is very true that the way we have all been raised, the way our education system is, it is so messed up. It is so messed up that we are ready to see a child verbally speak and appreciate, but we want him to write also.
Yes, ma'am.
Knowledge necessarily need not be writing all the time.
Okay. But he has to write, no, ma'am. UKG.
Correct.
In UKG, his ma'am is telling that syllabus is very much. Your son is not writing. All are writing. Only Shaurya is not writing, ma'am. That is my mother concern.
Because in Shaurya, he will never write. No, I'm pulling your leg. No, I'll try and resolve this. Sometimes, you know, this has happened a lot because I've done, counseling. So I can tell you, when there are times when I tell something to my child and I don't follow it, right? It backfires. So when I am writing, you can probably sit with me and write. Or let us write together. Probably, you know, at this time, you are talking about writing. I will openly tell you that he needs that concentration. He needs your affection. He needs you to be around. He needs you to play with him.
Yes.
He needs you to spend time. Children will show you different ways, but you have to try and see how it is connecting. Why is he not writing? It is probably also because you just say, Shaurya, Likho, it's time up. Now in 10 minutes, I'll give you dinner. Then we have to go to bed. तुम order कर रहे हो ना, है ना?
Yes.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Baba. As a mother, you have too many chores to handle, plus a career to take care of, plus children to take care of. It is not easy. But who said life is easy? Shaurya needs you. He doesn't need writing. He needs you to sit with him.
Yes.
Shaurya, मैं एक A लिखूंगी, तुम एक A लिखना. देखते हैं किसकी handwriting सबसे अच्छी है.
Okay, ma'am.
Right.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
The other way, as ma'am said, she has a challenge with the child and she says the child is not writing. So, like drawing can be one way where, like she can say, chalo Shaurya, let's do some drawing and coloring. She draws an apple, the boy tries to do it. And then she says, chalo, let's write A. A is for apple. So, that will get some interest and motivation to the child. And, the child will try to learn. Since if the child is learning to draw, that may interest him and, he'll start doing things. But only thing is, ma'am has to sit with the child and do it.
Correct. So let's stick with that last line which you mentioned, because I, at the end of the day, feel that a child is not writing, he would be also lazy. He's like me.
True, ma'am.
I'm maha lazy, I am. So I know, because that's why my mother used to write my homework, no?
True. If the child is fond of drawing, help him with to draw, or colors, let's do the colors. Red. Chalo, let's write R is for red. That way the child will start learning to write.
Do not expect overnight changes. It will not happen.
It will not happen.
So the day you say ki yaar, I tried sitting with him for the last 1 week, it's not working, it's okay. It is okay. It will not work. When it has to work, it will work. People, Albert Einstein is the bestest example I can tell you. Do a little homework on Einstein, okay? Albert Einstein, please karo. You will figure out how many elements that guy missed when he was in school. And today we actually pray. We are surviving because of his electricity only. So underestimate. Today's problem is only there. It is not lifelong problem. That guy will come out to be much more smarter than you can imagine. My only concern is not all that. My only concern is spend time.
Okay. Thank you.
बच्चे को कुछ नहीं चाहिए, उसको attention चाहिए.
Okay. Thank you.
दे दो उसको.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Parvati. Again, I am asking one question about one girl.
Parvati Garu, your voice is not coming through. Parvati Garu, your voice is not coming through.
She's actually, and we are saying very normal. Now it is okay. One girl is there in my first grade, ma'am. First grade. When I'm sharing, not reading. At least students are interested to read which one we wrote on board. No? That she don't have that type of interest also. While explaining something from lesson, students are raising their hands. Ma'am, I'll read after. I will read after, like that. They are asking. They are very much interested to read classroom. Every child are behaving like that only, I think. But only one girl is there. She is not interested to read, write. At least listening. She didn't open anything. For few kids, we are doing, we are going and opening some particular books because they are confused to for which book we have to open. Like sometimes they confused. English and EVS, both of them have first letter will be Ina. They are confused, but she is not like that. She's little bit lazy, I think.
Yeah, you got
but
the answer.
Parents,
No, I was also thinking the same.
Like that only. And
how is she with listening? How is she with? Is she able to comprehend what you say?
She's not listening properly, ma'am. At least one lesson she didn't complete. We completed 6 lessons with adverts and question answers in everything, EVS, social, everything. Still, she's not listening, writing, everything. She's not doing anything. I had mother also. She said she spoke to me one time. She's not afraid of me. Please let her write. With me also, she's not afraid of me in school also. How can I handle this type of kids, ma'am? 2 kids I have like this. One boy is there, another girl is there.
Okay.
When I am telling her gently, she's not doing. When I am shouting, that time also just she's smiling, ma'am. When I am shouting, she's just smiling. She irritates me really.
I know, because the children know that you will get irritated. Why? I also like irritating people. No, I'm not saying that what you're going through is not easy, ma. It's not easy. And maybe sometimes, just this girl in the class might be able to, rub on other children also, and they also might not, they might also not write anymore. That also probability is there, chances.
She's disturbing others also. Sometimes she's rubbing others' notebooks also.
She's what?
She's rubbing who following.
Okay, so Parvati garu, I
so
feel
someone is right. When someone is writing,
Acha, when someone is writing, she is erasing their
yes, sorry. There is.
Okay. Sometimes responsibilities matter. Okay. So my humble submission is, if you can try and see if there are some responsibilities that can be given. For example, you're opening the EBS book, okay, or maybe an English book, whichever book is comfortable. And then you give this responsibility to this little girl to walk around and open the books for all of them, the page. Okay, sit with you. That means she is. See, position matters a lot. Huh? So suppose you are teaching, so you are standing opposite to the crowd.
Yes.
Correct. That means you are the leader.
No, ma'am. I'm teaching.
Excuse me, ma'am.
No. But we will have one table for teacher, no? One table for teacher where we keep our textbook and all, right?
Yes.
Call her there. You know why? Because position matters. That means you're trying to give her importance.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, in the LKG, so many kids are not able to write, ma'am. Orally good, but writing part is bad. Can we promote them to first class like that? In the UKG also, some are not writing. Can we promote them to first class like that, ma'am? Orally good, but not writing.
But isn't knowledge more important? They are knowledgeable, right? When you ask them questions about Apple,
yes, they are telling. They are telling.
So I think Iris needs to answer this. Any of the academic people in the class today may be able to help you with this. I personally don't see a reason why a child should be, put on hold or asked to repeat a class just because he or she has not learned writing or doesn't prefer writing.
Ma'am, I know some kids don't know handling, but some kids know handling, but they're not interested to write.
That is all of us. If I ask your mom also about you, she will also say, Amma, I had to beat her twice to make her sit down to write. Writing is never something which everybody likes, ma. Nobody likes writing. So why blame the child? But important for me is the child, when you ask questions, is the child active enough to comprehend and answer that question?
Okay, ma'am.
बस मतलब कि दिमाग चल रहा है तो बाकी सब चलेगा
Okay, ma'am.
This should not stop. If this stops, then my physical ability stop.
Okay. Not able to write also we can promote.
I have not written. Have I not come this far in life?
Yeah.
It's okay.
But that time our kids were different.
Ankita, you're trying to say something.
Yes, ma'am. When we were the kids, our teachers were very strict. They were not so lenient, ma'am.
That is what you think. Ask your mother. She will give you history of yourself. Everybody feels they are good. Which teacher will ever say I was bad? If you ask my teachers, you will say, why is she teaching us? We should be teaching her. I was so useless in studies. So please, let's not jump. See, we are all looking at a growing age where the children have started to start their journey. Khush karo, yaar. What is more important for me is, as you beautiful people are, make them beautiful people.
No, ma'am. Actually, end of the day, principal ma'am or director ma'am or coordinator ma'am will ask us, not as a teacher, what you done.
As a teacher, what you have done, you can never explain it even to your coordinator ma'am or your head, your senior management, because every teacher goes through a lot. For one child to get promoted to the next level, there's a lot of work that goes in.
Ma'am, I want to add to this. Ma'am, I'm Sabita. I want to add to this, ma'am. Ma'am, now the thing comes with senior KG children. They will be going for interviews and written tests in other schools.
Correct.
So there comes my child is not writing, my child is not answering. So from the beginning, we will be telling them, they'll be telling like they won't interfere there, like they won't concentrate. But now when they take out their children for exam and all, ma'am, my child is unable to read, my child is unable to answer and all. There will be so many things, their mood, their like the environment, they might be willing or not, all this will be there. But they'll be like, no, we kept this much and my child is not
Yes, ma'am. That is the question.
Okay. When you go online and buy things, or when you are going offline and buying things, don't we expect a little too much from the other person? Bhaiya, iska aadha price kar do. We do that, no?
Yes, ma'am.
The parents' expectation cannot be stopped. What can you deliver is what you need to do your best. I will expect my son to come out best in English. Spell bee mein super hit. Not necessary. All children are made for that. Not necessary. So parents will give you a long list of things they want from their children. There is so many things I also want from them. Do they give them? Half of them are saying, I'm busy working, my husband is working, my wife is working, my falana, my demkana. The child is also yours only, no? Do something about that. Just because you born the child and I have to raise it, it's not like that, no? Everything comes with an investment, ma. You are doing your investment. Yes.
Yeah, there's a
How
girl
to convey the parent, ma'am,
Always
about this?
Never do it at the first learning for all of you. This has to be a constant information sharing, which could be weekly once or fortnightly once, whatever time you decide. But it cannot be a bombshell which is coming at the last moment. If you are seeing an observation for the last 15 days, make your observation, make your notes, make your timeline. 1 second, there's a noise coming. I'm going to mute everybody. Okay, and then I'll talk. Okay. So what are you supposed to do? When you make your observation, when you make your timeline, when you prepare your data, it is the first thing that you need to do is keep the parent informed, and not just one information at a time. You have to inform the parent and keep him informed on a regular basis. Communication is not about telling once in 20 days and you're done. No. The parent should never come back to us and say, hello, you never told me this was happening. So how often do you do? As often as possible. This is a personal call you need to take. If you see something very alarming, raise it. But remember, the language that you use matters a lot. The verbatums that you use matters a lot. Your child is useless. Your child doesn't study. Doesn't, useless. All these words are very strong, are very negative words. So parent will always be taken aback. Any parent. If I say, Ankita, your child is not good. Manasa, your child is not good. Parvati Garu, your child is not good. You think you'll spare me?
No, ma'am.
I will to say tu kaun hota hai. First I'll start with all galis that are possible under the sun.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, Kirti Garu.
Yes, ma'am. There's a girl called Rushika in my class. She copies everything from the board. She writes everything. She can write. She must not she can't write it in a proper way, but she'll copy everything and she'll write everything. But she doesn't know why she's writing.
When you say proper way, what do you mean?
Like if I'm writing a word cat, she can't write it like in a sequence. She'll copy any word in jumbled form. She'll write it.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
She won't repeat. She won't answer to my questions. orally she can't say anything. I don't know whether she knows or not, but she can't answer to my any question.
I think it is time I showed you the video that I was talking about. Hold on. Okka nimsham. Let me show you that video. I have 4 videos to show all of you, but I hope the timeline. Dimple ma'am, thoda sa waqt. I'll just finish this. Chika, I have some nice videos to share with all of you. Hold on.
Let's run through it quickly, ma'am.
Is it visible and audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, video is not coming, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can't see the video.
Why did you take so long to tell me?
No, we are waiting for your.
No, because my video was playing here, Baba. That's why.
We were just seeing a screen.
ठीक है, रुको. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, but
Actually,
no video.
yes, it started now, ma'am. Started now.
No, I can't see the video.
Oh, ma'am, the video is blank.
No,
Blank,
ma'am.
ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Morning,
Yeah,
first
blank.
time not visible, ma'am.
Not, ma'am, the video is not visible at all.
It's blank, ma'am.
We can see a picture now.
Ask
No, ma'am.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Take a minute. एक मिनट. चांस मिला तो बजा देते हो. रुको 1 सेकेंड. 1 सेकेंड. चलो अभी आना चाहिए.
Yes.
आमिर खान दिखा.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
आज मैं तुम लोगों को एक कहानी सुनाऊंगा.
ऑडियो.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, this is तारे जमीन पर.
हाँ जी.
एक
हमारे जमीन पर.
एक लड़का था, मत पूछो किधर. वो पढ़ लिख नहीं पाता था. लाख कोशिशों बाद उसको रहता ना था याद कि y x के बाद आता था. अल्फाज उसके दुश्मन उसकी आंखों के सामने नाचते थे. डांस कर करके जी भर भर के बेचारे को सताते थे. लिखना पढ़ना थका देता उसको. दुखड़े अपने सुनाता वो किसको. भेजा फुल था, स्टार्टर गुल था, ऊपर से एबीसी डिस्को. फेल हो गया एक दिन बेचारा, पढ़ने लिखने के बोझ का मारा. लोगों ने उसे गधा बेवकूफ कहा. बच्चे ने सारा अपमान बहादुरी से सहा. फिर एक सवेरे उसने सोना उगला. थियरी जो सुनी जहां ने सारा जहां पिघला. बोलो बोलो कौन है वो.
Albert Einstein.
करेक्ट राजन, एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन. जीनियस, महान साइंटिस्ट, जिसने दुनिया को अपनी थियोरी और रिलेटिविटी से हिला के रख दिया. द ब्राउनियन मोशन, द फोटो इलेक्ट्रिक इफेक्ट, फॉर विच ही वाज अवार्डेड द नोबेल प्राइज इन 1921.
Okay. Any idea why this video was shared?
Not to worry for the current scenario. Just give them time to just bloom.
Very true. And second, everybody has got a different way of learning. He very clearly said one example where X comes after, X comes before Y is something the child cannot contribute. Remember? So learning necessarily need not be, from our school that he's got a defect. The defect could be much more than you can imagine. Now I'm going to show a very important video, one of my favorite videos. I'm not pinpointing anything anywhere. I'm just trying to say that when you're watching it, watch it with a lot of care, so you are able to handle and identify. Have a look at this. Can you see the screen?
Yes,
ma'am. And I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist at the Mayo
Audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
no.
Clinic Children's Center. So unfortunately, learning disabilities are pretty common. And in the United States, about 15% of people will have some form of a diagnosable learning disability. There are different types of learning disabilities, and this can get really confusing for parents because there are lots of different terms that are thrown around. There are actually 3 commonly and officially recognized learning disabilities in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is the manual that professionals will use to classify learning disabilities as well as other problems. The first and most common of these is a reading disability or a reading disorder, also sometimes called dyslexia, depending on the particular characteristics that are present. And these are children who may have difficulty learning letters and numbers. They might have difficulty understanding letter and sound correspondence. So they see the letter T and they have trouble remembering that that letter T makes the T sound. But even more than that, they have difficulty with blending sounds. So once they're able to understand that the letters like T-A-P have the T-ap sound, they have difficulty blending those sounds. And we think that this is a problem in part with something called phonological memory, which is a part of the brain or a process of the brain that helps us to hold that sound information in mind. So as you might imagine, these difficulties can lead to problems with just reading single words, and they also extend to things like reading comprehension. So once a child is reading full sentences or reading paragraphs of information, they might have difficulty putting all of that together to derive meaning from what they're reading. Another characteristic of dyslexia or a reading disability is slow reading. And the reason for that is because we believe that the brains of these children are wired a little bit differently, so that they just don't have the same automatic processes that typical readers will have. So it takes them a little bit longer to get through printed text, and that kind of processing is just more laborious for them. Another type of learning disability is a math disability. It's sometimes called dyscalculia. This is a problem with processing numerical information. Typically, we see children who have difficulty recognizing numbers, but they also have difficulty with things like learning math facts or memorizing math facts. They have trouble with different kinds of computation and also with math story problems. There's another category of learning disabilities that are commonly referred to as writing disorders. Another term is disorder of written expression. Sometimes people will call this dysgraphia. There's quite a bit of variability in this particular category. Some children will have difficulty simply with the act of handwriting, so it's very difficult for them to make the writing movements necessary in order to get thoughts down on paper. But other children have difficulty with the mechanics of writing, like capitalization or punctuation or spelling. And then also problems with writing content. So they can have maybe the words and the ideas in their brains, but they have trouble organizing them and getting them out on paper efficiently. There are other learning problems that children can have that are not necessarily formally classified, but children can have them nonetheless. There's one category called nonverbal learning disability or nonverbal learning disorder. We think that children who have these difficulties struggle with what we would consider to be right hemisphere functions, so things like visual spatial skills, math abilities, also with global processing of information. They may have difficulty with fine and gross motor skills and also with math. In contrast, they might have particular strengths in things like reading and spelling and even reading comprehension. Some children also have difficulty with executive functions. Executive functions are really a set of skills that involves generating strategies to problems, information processing, impulse control. They also help with emotional and behavioral regulation. And children can have difficulties with executive functions for many different reasons. Again, it's not a formally diagnosed learning disability, but it certainly can affect children's ability to learn.
So we saw her huge video, which also said there could be many other reasons where a child's inability to learn could be the cause. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. So,
Yes, ma'am.
So this was a very important video I wanted to show that, you know, as teachers, you end up blaming yourself a lot, saying, I'm not able to do this for the child. I'm not a good teacher. I'm not doing it well. So I'm trying to repeatedly tell you that you are doing fabulously well. But only thing is, there's only so much you can do. There are still so many learning disabilities which a child might have, which you need to get to the go by the fishbone diagram, at least show it to the parent that these are the formulants which I can see that could be major reasons, and I am not qualified, neither is Iris. So we would recommend that you could go and take a special support of certified people who can help the child improve better. Do I make sense to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Right. So we are there at the end of the session. I have already crossed time. I'm so sorry, guys. Extremely sorry. But yes, what would the role of the teacher? Oh, I can't read. Wait, one second. Where did the chat go? Okay. What would be the role of a teacher when we have a special need kid and how to handle him or her behavior? Good. First of all, we need to identify that this is a special kid. Second, teachers need to be trained to handle a special kid with general kids, because this is not something which we are taught yet. So when we know how to be trained on this, we will be able to handle them better. So you cannot do it yourself. You can only do it to a very only to some extent. After that, the training is what will help you balance this special child along with the normal children and run the show. Okay, so for that, the training needs to be given to you. Otherwise, you cannot handle. You need to be certified. You need to be taught what are the do's and don'ts and what are the things you can handle, what are the things you can do differently for the special child, even after they're sitting with other children together, how other children should not copy the same style which has been taught to this special child. So all this has to be taught to you for you to execute any program. You're not certified as of now. So yes, you need training. So Linda, was I able to answer your question? Linda, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I got the answer.
Good.
Thank you so much.
So any other questions? Otherwise, I'm done with my session, and I hope I was able to add some value, if not all of it. I was able to add some value into your learning, and let us hope and pray if Iris can call in some more specialists and programs for us, so we can get certified and be able to handle things better. So Dimple ma'am, over to you. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Ramya ma'am. Thanks a ton. It was a wonderful session, and I'm very sure that all the teachers have been enjoying just like me, because we were interacting. They made it interactive. So I'm really very happy, and thank you to all the teachers that you have made this session as interactive as possible. And yes, friends, let's take a quick lunch break, and we'll be back as early as possible. Around 2 o'clock, we all will be back. So we have one more session, and that's child psychology. And I request once again to all of you to make child psychology session also as interactive as you made this Ramya ma'am session. Thanks, Ramya ma'am. Just like every session of yours, I was totally lost in your session, and it was wonderful hearing it.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You all are doing a fabulous job. Keep doing the great work. Have a happy and a blessed Deepavali. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes,
you,
friends,
ma'am.
let's
Thank
come
you.
back.
Deepavali ma'am,
Thank you, ma'am, and happy
Thank you,
Diwali,
ma'am.
Ramaya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Love
ma'am.
you a lot.
Happy Diwali to
Happy Diwali,
all of
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
Love you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you,
Love you.
ma'am.
Love
Happy
you
So
too.
happy to
Diwali.
see
Happy
Ramya ma'am in Dimple, ma'am. Like, I was expecting her
Thank you,
like
Ankita.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
thank everybody. Bye.
Happy
Bye.
Diwali, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am. Happy
Happy Diwali,
Diwali.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Ramya ma'am, thank you so much.
Ma'am, I'm happy Diwali. Thank you.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Friends, let's come back early by 2 o'clock. We all will be back. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ramya ma'am. Thank you once again.
They said.
So what? I mean, why the fuck do you have to bother about what the others are doing? दे मेरे को लिंक दे.
नहीं था ना?
किरण मिली थी नीचे मामा मामा के साथ जब आ रहा था ऊपर तो.
कौन किरण?
कितनी किरण को जानती है तू?
अच्छा यहाँ का.
सनसिटी क्यों देख रही है?
सनसिटी स्टाफ है ना, स्टाफ में आया फरत प्लीज.
और रिएक्ट मत हो. हर चीज
सनसिटी स्टाफ बोल के.
हर चीज में और रिएक्ट.
ये है.
दबा दबा. हाँ.
Is unmuted. ये मिस क्यों नहीं है? क्या है?
To speak, you're not speaking.
Done.
a message here. Yes. So we need to observe that is the child able to adjust to the changes in the environment or not. We also have to observe what are the learning styles of the child. We can, while listening to a child or while having a conversation with the child, we can know what's happening in their life at school and at home. What are their favorites? What makes them happy? What doesn't? Now, one tip to all of you over here is, while listening to the child, while observing the child, while doing conversation with the child, ensure that we observe and listen and do nothing else. That means not being judgmental, not to judge the child. Just observe and be aware. Make notes if you are willing to. We have already given you one observation format for the same. Insight to child's progress. You can keep making a note inside that. If required, you can discuss it with the parents too. Now, when I say listen, I mean give full attention to the sound and the actions of the child. Make eye contact, as you rightly said, and get down to the child's level to understand what the child is saying. You might not have understood clearly because what's their perspective, we might not understand it exactly. To watch carefully the way something happens or the way someone does something, especially in or, okay, got it, Swarna ma'am. Right. So they get carried away, they get influenced with certain people and certain situations. That's where you are pointing to. I got it. Right. So after you listen to a child, you have to reflect it. You have to repeat it to get that acknowledgement from the child that yes, what you have understood is correct. So the act of listening involves behavioral process, body language also. Okay, our body deciphers, sends lots of non-verbal messages. Try to decipher those things. Now, talking is good, but listening is important when you have a conversation with your child. Initiate a conversation to get your child talking and then listen to what they are trying to say. Kids may not be able to express it clearly at times, but that is why, that's the reason we have to pay more attention towards what they say and try to decipher from their body language. So by listening what a child has to say, you get to know them better. Doing so will make them feel that you are interested in their life. This in turn will help to strengthen the connection and the bond. So we need to focus on tone, we need to focus on expressions, we need to focus on body language. You all agree with this, friends?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How he or she responds. Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Saha ma'am. I got it. Now, if you're unable to understand, you can always ask questions that will a kind of acknowledgement to the child that you are interested, you are listening, you are acknowledging.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
Please tell me, ma'am.
Ma'am, how to focus on their expression, how to understand their body language? Like, I don't know how to understand the expression and body language of a child.
Body language is, again, a huge ocean into it. We'll have one more exclusive session on it. But then overall, let me tell you, if their facial expressions are frown, you should understand that through the facial expressions, you will decipher many things, to be very frank. If the body is, lean forward, you should understand that they are very keen and anxious to know. If they're casually sitting like this, it's understood that they are least bothered. If they're sitting erect, that's a balanced one. Open-handed. When their hands are open, that means they are open to get connect. They are open to listen. They are open to talk. If the hands are folded, that means I within myself. I'm not open to talk to you. I'm not willing to take any statements from you, So these are the gestures and the body language that speaks a lot. However, we'll have one more session, but yes, the quick summary that you can take from the child's body language is through their expressions. That's where you can do it immediately. And you can, through your talk, through their talk, you can understand what are their individual differences. They might, usually because parents and teachers unknowingly they compare at times. So then that becomes their habit, that they keep comparing themselves in their mind, which you will come to know through their body language and when they speak. So yes, by observing and by listening, and if they are fidgeting, they are anxious, yes, they are scared, they are afraid, they are hesitant, they are not confident if they are fidgeting or if they are biting their nails. That is it. So let's understand that children are different from each other. The way they look at things, at their perspective, their level of understanding, the way they respond to things are different. And the same applies to every child. These differences, we all know that majority it comes from their home environment, and that's how they get influenced. Along with that, there are differences in their unique abilities and talents as well. So understanding this can be of great help to us, to all our teachers, when it comes to dealing with them. Now, when I talk about their learning styles, because we need to focus there also equally. Like mentioned earlier, all children are different, and so are their ways of understanding. The traditional lecture method or writing on the board may not be effective for all children. Some children tend to be visual learners, others are kinesthetic learners. A teacher needs to identify these and be capable of helping them. So there are visual learners who learns quickly with images and videos. There are auditory learners. They learn quickly with the help of rhymes and audios, lectures. There are verbal learners where reading and memorizing out loud will help them in understanding and learning quickly. Kinesthetic learners, they need to jump, write, draw, dance. They need to have that bodily movement, experiment, doing all these things. Intrapersonal is learning on their own. Interpersonal is learning with the group and with others. These are the different kind of learners. So through your observation, through your listening skills, you have to understand all these things. Yes, VAK method is also correct. We'll talk about it later because it's again a different ball game. Yes, now based on their performance. So when we talked about observe, yes, we need to observe their behavior as well. At times, we might be able to see a sudden decrease in academic performance. Sitting or spending most of the time on their own, a few of the children. A few of the children are being too quiet and sitting apart, making themselves set apart. Few of the children are very talkative and now they are not talking at all. So sudden anger outbursts or aggressive behavior or not being able to make friends or sudden 90-degree change in their behavior, if we observe, we need to intervene and ensure that, yes, we have to then make strategies for that. What strategies? I'll take you through that now. So friends, to observe all these things, we need to have patience, and it's no rocket science, it's no hard. Well, we'll do this one beautiful activity now before coming to, yes, Pooja ma'am? Ma'am? No, we cannot do this clarification, Pooja ma'am, with the learners because the learners that are with us are of very tender age. They do not know what kind of learners are they, but as we being educators, we know that what kind of learners they are, and we'll empower them, we'll give them a lot of opportunities through the kind of learning patterns that they are expecting. Yes, ma'am, someone was asking.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this beautiful activity, friends, all of you are ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Now, my question is, how am I supposed to write this story with the help of these pictures? Start by looking at the picture or imagining it in your head. Now start describing the picture in the greatest detail that you can and make a story out of it. I'm giving you just 1 minute for this. Whatever comes in your mind, just pen it down, design a story out of it, and be ready with it. Come on, friends, your time starts now. Okay. I know it's a little quick, but who is willing to share the story? One by one? No, I need proper story in which you have to use all these cards. You just cannot develop a story with the help of one picture. You have to combine these pictures and develop a story. Okay, Rupa ma'am, can you please unmute and tell me the story?
Happy afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, Sudha ma'am, be ready after Rupa ma'am.
Yeah, what I observe in this picture is like a child needs not only the learning method deals with all playing activities.
Okay, first let me be very clear, ma'am. This activity, I want your perspective. This is no way related to the child.
Okay, like.
Yes, now.
Yeah, I do lot of work at home.
Okay.
Yeah, for relaxation, I want talk to some of my friends.
Okay.
In meanwhile, later when I get back to my activity, I want my work to be done in a playful manner and in a smooth manner.
Okay.
And coming to my professional work, even that is important.
Right.
So I need to balance the things accordingly.
Okay.
So for which mind and body action also are very important. We need to take care of our health as well.
Okay.
So which means physical activity is also very, very important.
Okay.
And coming to meeting friends and all, nowadays we have mobile in our hands. So going and meeting friends, if it is not possible, so we can have a talk with them or we can have a chat with them.
Okay.
And also professionally, as you know, everyone knows that last 2 years we have Corona. So in that we have managed the professional work and our personal work.
Okay.
Accordingly, using the gadgets.
Okay. Good.
That's all,
amazing. A big round of applause. Superb. It was really nice. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
One more participant. One more teacher. Please come. Please unmute and speak.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Pooja Jaswal. Can I speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So my story is that one fine night, I was into my night suit and I was listening music.
Okay.
And I recalled a friend of mine, a special friend of mine. So I thought of giving him a call. I picked up my cell phone, I called him, and I said, bro, let's catch up for a hopscotch. He said, okay, come over next day. I said, okay, fine. I packed my bags and I went into the metro. But sadly, I had basically, I had my school training going on. So I opened my laptop and while sitting in the metro, I attended my training. And when I reached at his place, we had a lovely time in the evening playing hopscotch.
Amazing. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yes, Aruna ma'am. You can unmute and speak.
Like I was watching, I was about to narrate a story, ma'am, related to the pictures. I was watching my mobile. My cousin has come to me. My cousin came to me and he said, what you are doing? And come out, we have a nice exhibition over there nearby our home. So that we'll go and have a good time over there. So we both went and we had seen different type of games and we played, we participated and we listened some music in music stalls also.
Okay,
And
that's nice.
Some games also like a shooting gun and some karate stunts also we have done.
Okay.
And we got the chances and we shared all our pictures, everything in our laptops. And we said again we'll meet one fine day once in a while. This is a story what I have created by using these pictures now.
Amazing. A big round of applause. I'm really very happy, my dear friends.
Thank you.
So what do we see here? I would really love to get the story of each one of you. If you can just text in the chat box, we'll discuss that later because as such, we have started a little late. So, but I really would love to get your perspectives, friends, through these 6 pictures. So what we have seen, we have different perspective to look at the same things. And same thing happens with children. They also have perceived things differently, which is based on their experiences and their thought processes. I think you all will agree with that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Now, what are the notions? What do the child perceive is in this slide. The way we treat children directly impacts what they believe about themselves and how they perceive things. Yes, ma'am. We will talk on women empowerment. Definitely we'll talk on women empowerment, the multitasking that the women does. I agree with you, we'll do that later. Right now, let's talk about child psychology. So we discussed through that activity. Friends, please mute your microphones, friends. I request my team to please mute everyone except me. Great, thank you. So we have already seen through this beautiful activity that children also have their own perspectives to look at things based on their experiences and their thought processes. Now, their experience, their thought process is directly proportional to how you behave with them. So the way we treat, I mean to say we, so the way you treat, the way we treat, directly impacts the child of what they believe in themselves and how to perceive things. This is what it happens. And I also hope you'll agree with us with this next slide as well, that teaching, because we as teachers, we teach how to count. So teaching kids to count is fine, but teaching them what counts is best. Right? Kids spend most of their time with the teacher after their parents. Teachers play a huge role in the growth and mental development of children. A school is called a second home after all, where they not only learn their subjects, but they also learn how to carry themselves through lives. So school is their first exposure to friends, to socializing, to bullying, to pressure, and many more things. That is the reason we need to provide the right guidance for the children. And that is the core responsibility of a teacher. That counts the best. We all know, you only told me some time back that each child is different, each kid is different. So their perspective and attitudes differ in many ways. So a teacher must understand child psychology to be able to teach kids effectively in a way that they are ready to learn. So now let's understand what counts, because we told them that what counts. So what counts here is through observation and through listening? What counts more? Number one. So I have a list of a few things of the implementation after you observe and listen. After we understand the psychology, what should be implemented? This is the core part of today's session. Number one, children follow our lead. Along with all the above, the teacher needs to be aware of their behavior, their need, everything. Children all learn a lot from observation. We all know that. And they do it unconsciously. We have already seen that. The way we talk, the way we speak, the way we walk, they imitate, isn't it? Unconsciously, they do it. So many a times it's not necessary to actually tell the child what to do, but rather show them by doing it yourself. Okay, what is that? How to do it? Very easy. We need to speak golden words frequently. If we get anxious and raise our voice, so will they. If we communicate with a calm and figure out the things together, they will also do the same. If we apologize when we make mistakes, they will learn to do the same. If we treat them with respect, they will also treat others with respect. An observing and sensitive teacher like you and I will find countless opportunities during a day to make several positive comments. Can you share some positive comments that you do it? You make it to the child? Okay, something like positive way of approach always does wonders. Yes, Rupa ma'am, but give me a few examples of the statements that you use it to empower your child in a positive way. Say
If they give,
like,
ma'am, if they give correct answer, I tell the children to clap the hands.
Okay.
Clapping
hands for what? For what?
For appreciating that he gave correct answer.
Okay. Okay. And
Tapping shoulders.
That's good. Okay. Something like, yes, giving stars.
I have done like a cutout of stars and I have pinned up to their uniform, ma'am, whenever they have done a great job.
They feel honored, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, once in a while. Like
that's good. But now all of you are doing all these things when they academically do something good. Am I right? I'm talking even when they are behaving well.
Yes, ma'am. It is overall, ma'am. Like when they help their friends, like when they are helping their friends in writing, or they are helping their friends when they fell down suddenly, like that.
Correct.
Like they are when they are going in line. If two
Yes.
children are not going in line, they'll show no. You have to come in a line, like that. They'll be saying no, ma'am.
Right. Shashmita ma'am, I also agree with you. Yes, ma'am. Correct. So we can say something like, giving kids a leadership qualities. Yes, but then ensure that every child gets a turn. It shouldn't be that you are giving leadership qualities to only few who keep dominating. Yes, hi-fi is also very good. Something like, talking to them in person. Like, I appreciate you waited so patiently while I was talking to another child. Now, this will make the child wait longer next time. What I'm trying to tell you, my dear friends, now listen this carefully, which is very important. You need to appreciate. This was again a different thing, but it's connected here also, I'll tell you. You need not to appreciate the score. Good. So that's what I'm coming to that point, Jayashree ma'am. That appreciating kid for what they did. Yes, we do it. My concern, my request and my suggestion is appreciate a kid for their efforts instead of for their results. Because our motto is Asking the child to put more and more efforts. Instant appreciation, I agree. But that appreciation should be for the effort of the child that the child is putting in.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, what I have done means I'm usually doing this one. The whole day activity depend on the whole day activity of the child, of each child.
Okay.
Whoever is done the most preferred thing, like behaving properly, doing the study properly, the writing properly, even the communication part and the behavioral part. So according to that, I tell them ki those who are, or one, if one child is doing the study part and the behavioral part and the communication part is proper today, so she or he will be the leader for tomorrow, means next day.
Okay.
So I think in my class, that is, it's worked nicely.
Okay. Is it, I'm sure, but answer to my question honestly to yourself. Did every child get a turn?
Yeah, surely, ma'am. Because if whatever the child, those who are very good, they are up to the marks on education, they are excelling or all this. On behalf of them also, whoever the child is just lag behind child also, I give the opportunity. So they are just very enthusiastic to do the orderly things very nicely. So they can get the chance next day.
Good. Perfect. But ensure that every child gets a turn, because we cannot be biased with their performance. If they perform well and we give it, no, irrespective, because there are certain students who really are good at something else and not in what you are expecting. So let us not be biased in those things, even though they do. Yes.
Yeah, it is not
perfect. If you're giving chance to all, that sounds great. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now, so when I tell about children follow our lead, that means they follow us. They follow our behavior. They follow our words. They follow our gestures. They follow our non-verbal communication. Children learn from us how to behave, and then they do it by themselves. Because children have very sharp observational skills and they learn what they see, not what we preach. So we have to be very careful with our actions, with our words, everything. Okay. So my next tip of, after you observe and listen a child, how are you going to implement child psychology? Okay. Yes, Amrita ma'am. Good. I have received your story. So the second now is children respond to connection. I partly took this some time back when I was briefing it to you. You need, as a teacher, we need to talk, we need to sing, we need to play and get connected to them, making them feel very special. Both of us should go parallel. It's not only I have my child in my mind, that equal connection should be there in the child's mind. You should be equally present in the child's mind also. When connect happens, they will respect you more than they used to earlier. Also, they will like you more, they'll respect you more, they'll listen to you more, and hence they will get connected to you more. When kids come to school, they look for an adult, because at home they're habituated with that. So now when they come to school, they are looking for an adult to follow. So for us to be an adult, for a child to follow, we need to connect with the child. Connect by having faith in them. Connect by having positive expectations from them. Now, the next is children respond better to coaching than to control. So this is the example of connect. When I told about faith, this is what I mean to say. When you trust them, they become more courageous. Isn't it? You will see a drastic change if you implement this on the immediate basis. Right. Now the next thing. Children respond better to coaching than to control. Even if you're a parent, you will be able to relate this with. Let children establish guidelines to get connect. You know, when we want to get connect, we say, no, when you're talking to me, you shouldn't use cell phones. No, when you do this, you don't do this. When you're sitting in the class, you don't talk. Why do we make those rules? Let children establish these guidelines to connect. But when children are involved in making the rules, we should know that they are much more likely to own and follow them. That yes, this is my rule. I have made it. So it is their responsibility and it becomes their accountability to follow it because they have given that. So ensure that when you are in classroom, children make these rules. Now, when both of you together are in the process of making these rules, talk about the need of that rule and explain a logic behind it. The days are gone, my dear friends, where our parents used to tell us something and we used to believe everything. You know, there was a king and there was a god who used to fly on a carpet and come to us from one island to another island, and we used to listen. Today's children, they'll ask 10 questions. Why? How? When? Am I right? So we have to be very logical. We have to answer to all their questions. Latifa ma'am, I request you to please mute your microphone. Thank you. So yes, let us give an explanation to the rules that you and children are making in the classroom. Once when you do that, once when you give explanations, once when you are able to explain the logic behind it, they are now in a better position to understand the importance of it and to follow it because they are part of making the rule of it. This is the psychology of the child. So write on the board, keep them as minimum as possible. Point to the rules or instructions as necessary as you remind the children of they have made it. And also when you are doing this, keep it open for you to change also whenever it's required in future. So there's always a scope to revise it. New rules as and when it's required. So that is the psychology of the child when it comes to discipline. This is, I have made this because, you know, the major problem, the messages, the major concerns that I've received in the messages was we want to know about discipline in classroom. Discipline in classroom can be made not by controlling a class. It will be made only by coaching, involving them, asking them to establish the instructions and rules. Okay. Next, when I talk about preventive maintenance that that prevents breakdowns. This is one of the other beautiful ways. Since teachers can't just drop everything aside and respond to only one child who is having a breakdown, it's critical, isn't it? When you can respond with empathy to what child expresses, you have to be sure that you connect with the child. Now we have to get connect with the child, you know, because we want to prevent these breakdowns. So to take preventive measures, number one, we have to connect to the child on daily basis. Ensure that you talk to the child every day. If you're not talking, either you can touch, either you can wish, hi, hello, good morning, good afternoon, something or the other where you are able to connect with the child on the daily basis. This is how you can try to empathize them. Be sure that you connect, even if it is for a shorter time also, it's okay. This will address, you will be able to address their concerns before it gets breakdown. This will help you in that. And then what do you have to do when you come across that there is a major breakdown which might happen? Now the child is, you know, about to cry. The child has crossed that level of sensitivity. as an educator, we need to also remember that laughter and silliness can often diffuse a situation that's getting tense. In fact, even children get a chance to laugh out loud, it reduces the stress hormones. It also circulates bloodstream and help them settle down and cooperate. So let's try to do those things. You know, this is the fact that I am very much, influenced by my mentor. So whenever I talk to my mentor, my mom is my mentor, by the way. So whenever I talk about a certain major issue to my mom, and then she laughs and she takes it silly, oh, that happens. That's the routine. That's part of it. I also tend to take it lightly. So for your children, you are the mentor. So if there is something big where you feel now children might break down, you can take it silly, you can laugh, and you can take it light, just to ensure that your children are coming out of it. That's one of the major, beautiful, experienced and practical tip. Okay, next beautiful tip on child psychology is empathy, as we just now talked on it. Empathy can be a magic wand, as you are able to read. I often do pull-outs to work with children one-on-one or in small groups. That's my routine. Wherever I go or wherever I stay or wherever I visit any of the schools, I have found that connecting by listening to the children's different complaints about it, their worries, about anything that's bothering them. If I am able to dedicate even 5 minutes to them, whatever I want to preach, whatever I want to deliver, whatever I want them to learn, it happens quick. Trust me. I have been a teacher in my ladder, in my phase of this stage. So whenever I used to conduct a class, once I applied and then it became my routine process. So before I start a class, I listen to them, their worries, their complaints, something is bothering them. You know, once they vomit it out, once they open it out, then their brain is fresh, free to listen what you say. So do that. Once they have unloaded everything that they have in their mind, they are now ready to focus. I almost never offer advice or solve problems, but yes, I listen with empathy. And I often say, oh, that doesn't sound fair. Oh, that shouldn't have happened to you. Is it? I try to acknowledge if there is something really good. Wow, I really like that. You know, something like this, that the child should know, should understand that, yes, you have been hearing them. Sometimes you have to think like a kid and even act like one of them to reach out to them. So, my dear friends, empathy is an important quality that you and I should develop if we want to understand our child better. You may be aware. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem.
Empathy can be magical wand. What is the word, ma'am? W-A-N-D?
Yes.
Word.
No. It's
magic word.
No, it's not a spelling mistake, ma'am. It is exactly correct what you have heard. And, this angels, what will they have in their hand?
They'll have a stick, magic stick like.
Correct. It is the same thing that I'm talking about.
That is the meaning of the wand.
Correct.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
Nothing but जादू की छड़ी बोलते हैं ना वो.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Thank
you. Right. Yes. So now, what exactly? Sorry, it was on mute. Okay. So when we are listening to and when we are listening to their complaints, when we are listening to the things that they're bothering them, when we are empathizing them, we have to actually acknowledge their feelings, try to listen to their feelings, try to gauge what are they going through, because using empathy, like trying to understand them, by putting ourselves in their shoes, will help us know them better, can also help us in understanding how would they react in future for so and so things, how would they behave or reacted in certain situations. So try to acknowledge that, try to understand what feelings they might be undergoing through, which is actually difficult, but not impossible. Yes, now again, it's time to do a beautiful activity, my dear friends. Are you all ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, there is a case of a child, LKG child, who is not ready to go to the class. So the child is in the mid of the academic year, and now the child has been very regular, very active, a kind of happy-going child. All of a sudden, there was a day where the child is not ready to go into the class. You are a teacher of the child. What would you do? Think and tell me. Okay, let us try to work on the psychology of the child. What might have happened to the child? What is the psychology? What's going on in the child's mind? Priyanka ma'am, can you mute? And please, friends, unmute and speak. If
Ma'am,
this
maybe the child will feel insecure.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes, please tell me.
Yes, maybe the child noted that yesterday, day before yesterday, the teacher was praising me for each and everything. Sad enough, she did not do. So there may be a slight change in his behavior that yesterday teacher did not. So maybe something I have to improve or I have to do.
Okay, so maybe I didn't reach to the teacher's expectations.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Okay. 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 So let me take on one-on-one. If that is the case, what do we understand? If we have understood, and if what we have deciphered is correct, if the child is having this kind of psychology, what should we do?
We need to take him for a nice circle time according to his mood.
No.
I hope music heals everything.
No,
so
no.
Start.
Now, let me tell you.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Again, my earlier point, prevention. Right now, it has already happened. Some damage has happened and the child is now scared. Let us ensure what we did, what the child is undergoing, should not repeat it henceforth.
Okay, today's class
that is, let me finish. That is not to set high expectations from the children.
Okay.
Let us try to set expectations only to what a child is able to achieve.
More, you can't, don't trouble us.
Number one.
Not be that thing of like everything like that.
Elizabeth ma'am, can you please mute? Rupa ma'am, can you please mute? I request my team to please mute everyone except me. Okay. Yes. So as you rightly said, ma'am, we'll surely take the child to a walk and, do all these things. But also ensure at the same time that we do not make the same mistake which now the child is undergoing. So we will set the expectations where the child is able to achieve, not beyond that. Okay? Yes, Rupa, correct. Thank you for agreeing. Okay, what are the other reasons that the child is not ready?
Huh?
Hello, ma'am.
Not come.
Excuse me, ma'am. Maybe of long leaves, of an emergency long leave, the family have to.
Okay.
Maybe he's not interested, willing to come to school.
Okay, so in that case, what should we do?
First, we have
Here I can
to.
sit.
Ma'am, it's disturbing the session.
Yes, ma'am.
Hide under that. They kept that. No? Ma'am, you removed that. Also.
I request once again, Elizabeth ma'am, to please mute your microphone. Yes, ma'am, you were saying something. What would be the reason?
First, we have to change his mode. We have to take him from the holidays mode.
Okay, how? Unmute and speak, ma'am.
Okay. We have to bring him from his holidays mode. We have to show some stories and rhymes in the amphitheater, or need to give some colorful balls or toys.
Okay.
Physical activities.
Okay. Okay.
Then ask him for the class. We can make him to sit in the class.
Correct. I agree with that. So whenever we feel that the child is not in a mood, let us understand what is the reason behind it and work on those reasons. What is the psychology behind this misbehavior and how to overcome it? Now you are getting my point. How to read? I request my team, Charithartha sir, to please mute Elizabeth ma'am. Elizabeth ma'am, kindly please be on mute unless and until you are speaking. You are talking to us.
Dimple ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I say something, ma'am?
Please, ma'am.
Yeah, maybe he wants to break the routine, ma'am. Like going home and coming to school, going home and coming to school.
What is the reason behind it? Why will a child would love to break? And is the child really aware that I can break, or this is breaking and this is a routine?
Not like that, ma'am. Maybe he wants some change, not only school.
So you tell, so you don't judge that this is a routine. Which
yeah, this might be the reason I'm telling, ma'am.
So the reason might be the child needs a change.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this is what usually our notion is for everything. When the child misbehaves, usually what we say is the child is disturbing.
Yes.
There is something going with the child. The child is disturbed. The child is not disturbing us. The motto of the child is not to disturb us. Because the child is disturbed, he is misbehaving.
Okay.
Am I right? I hope you all agree there's a huge difference between these two statements. Because we have a routine, because we have our commitments, because we have a task to be completed, we feel that the child is not allowing us to complete and the child is misbehaving. Yes, but there are a lot of things happening, a lot of turmoil going around with the child, wherein child is actually disturbed. So now let us understand the psychology. Why is the child disturbed? What happened? And then how to quickly overcome that. The much you scold the child, the much he will be affected badly. Let us see in our further slides, how will it happen? So let us run through quickly to our next slide now. Yes, this is what I was trying to say. Children have a reason for what they do. It may not be a good reason, but if we want to change a behavior, it helps to understand that the child isn't just trying to drive us crazy. That's not the motto of the child, that today I want this teacher to go crazy. So we cannot teach a child or all the children to behave in a better or a best way by making them feel worse. You are crying or you are not behaving, or we shout or we raise our voice. However, we don't do that, but unknowingly in certain cases, if we make them feel worse, not through our verbal statements, but in any of our gestures. When children feel better, they behave better. And it happens with all of us. You know, there was a case where there was a mother who came to drop the child in school. And, okay, should I be a little louder, Nanda ma'am? Okay. So there was a case where this mother came to drop a child and the child was crying. Now this mother started shouting and scolding a child, asking her to stop crying. And then the child was still further crying more because the mother was scolding. So when you make them feel worse, they will misbehave. They'll still cry more. So make them feel better. That's what I'm trying to say. So, you know, there was a child who was making a noise and who was kicking in the line, was pushing the child when they were standing in queue. So maybe the humming sound, the child who was making a sound, he might be feeling better and focused, as in when he is venting out his anger by kicking on someone on the desk, he's feeling better because his energy is bursting out. Of course, this is not acceptable. We need to set limits to keep the children in our class, all the children safe. Yes, but understanding that the child has a reason to do what he is doing. He's not doing it to harass us. There is something going with the child. And that will make us ensure that how to bring this child out of this trauma. Okay? Okay, next. Now we will give a chance to a child for infractions so that they feel good about themselves. Talk to the class about how to do it, how there's always a chance, there's always a scope, there's always a space, there's always an opportunity to repair our mistakes. When a child hurts another child, what's the best way to repair that relationship? Tell me, friends. Punish the child who did the hurting or help the child in making some changes in their behavior. How can we facilitate a discussion so that both children can learn to express their needs without attacking the child? Helping, absolutely. Yes, Rupa ma'am. So now, $1 million tip, which I'm going to give you now. Listen this very carefully. Looking at this picture, what do you see? I request my team to please mute everyone except me.
Hello, teacher, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are right. Thinking of the child as misbehaving badly will lead us to think of punishment. Thinking of the child as struggling to handle something difficult encourages us to keep them through their distress. You all agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this make sense? If you didn't understand or agree, I'll repeat it. There is a child who is misbehaving. If you feel, if you look from that point of view that the child is misbehaving, you'll think of punishments. How to make the child behave well. But if you think on those lines that there is something that's worrying the child, something that the child is unable to handle, something that the child is struggling with, you will focus on the ways to ensure that the child is struggling less. Got it? This is the psychology. This is child psychology. Emma ma'am, can you please mute? Yes, Aruna ma'am.
Yes, yes, yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay, now let's come to another thing, another slide. When children get dysregulated, they need support to restore their equilibrium. Putting children in a comparative zone. Now, what do we tend to say? Now, when we are making them right, when we are talking to them, when we are asking them to perform, maybe solo or group activity, unknowingly we tend to compare. Of course, these things happen more at home front, but even we being educators and teachers, where we spend a lot of time with children, I mean to say children in their 24 hours, they spend a lot of time with us. We have to be cautious and ensure that we do not compare. Never put any child in comparison zone. It will make them feel really bad about themselves, and they will feel that they are unable to regulate themselves. That will really make them feel low in their performance as well. So instead, try helping them learn to monitor their own emotions and self-regulate. I know it's a very big deal to expect this from a toddler or a primary grade child, but it is not impossible. At every small steps we can try to do it. This is what I'm trying to say.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if something like that happens, if someone is troubling to someone, then what should we do?
There are troubling is an umbrella term, ma'am. There are lot many things. Be a little more specific in it.
Really?
Ma'am, can you please? Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yes, Sashmita, ma'am, please tell me. Can you please throw more light on what exactly?
Yes, ma'am. The picture, that if someone is troubling to another, we should not punish them. Then what should we do at the moment?
Okay, you tell me a case. What has happened actually? It's troubling is a big word, ma'am. What exactly is in troubling? Hitting, snatching, teasing.
Snatching, ma'am. Mostly they snatch things from their friend's hand. This happens a lot, ma'am.
Okay. Usually we suggest, ma'am, to change everybody's place frequently, number one. Number two, ensuring that they sit beside someone who is of their opposite trait. Okay. Number three, talk to the child and observe the pattern of this child of snatching things. Is it that the child is snatching when the child is hungry? Is it that the child is snatching when the child is not being, acknowledged? Is it that when you are not appreciating the child, you are appreciating someone else and the child is doing it? Is it that the child was being bullied by someone and then the child is snatching? What are the patterns? Is it that the child is snatching from this child only and not from anyone else? Observe. Then only we'll understand the psychology of the child. What are the patterns when the child is doing this snatching thing? How frequently, when, with whom, how? And then once when you get to know certain patterns through your observation, talk to the child and listen as much as possible with the child that what's going on in their mind. There are two different things. I want and I don't want him to give. I want to take. That is one thing. Another thing is I don't want him to take. Both are two separate things. What is the child replying?
What happens? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So talk to them, listen to them, what exactly is going on in their mind. This is child psychology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So comparison, yes, we can never do it. So, I have actually, and we all know that it should not be done, but still, unfortunately, we tend to do it. And in one of my parenting sessions, one parent asked me this question. Ma'am, it naturally happens. What should we do? Can anyone tell me what should we do if it naturally happens? I told the parent, yes, you can compare. But there was an asterisk besides that. There was a condition, terms and conditions applied. What was that?
Like he is able to do, yes, you also can able to do the same.
No, again.
Like positive notes, positive
Again, no comparison that he is able to do and you also able to do. The
You
child
can.
is inferior.
Okay.
So now my answer to this is, you compare. I allow you to compare, but with the same child's last performance, last behavior. Got it? I wrote something today, and then you are asking me, you are telling me that when so-and-so friend can write, why can't you? No. Tell me that I wrote last time very nicely because I had put in lots of effort. If now you are able to put in that same amount of effort or little more effort, this time also you'll be able to do more. So you have to compare me with my last performance, not with anybody else. Got it, friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is child psychology. Never compare. Never, never, never compare. If you do that, there is nothing but jealousy inside the child that you are giving boost to. So do not do that. Instead, help kids learn to monitor their own emotions, their own performance, and then that positivity will flow. Okay? Okay, next. When children's needs are met, they are ready to cooperate. So the child is saying that my feelings are tender. Please be sensitive to my needs. Please don't nag me all day. You are not behaving well. You are doing this. You are doing that. You are not doing this. You are not doing that. Kindly don't nag me all day. I'm sensitive to it and acknowledge my feelings. They are ready to cooperate. Trust me, if their needs are met. Most misbehavior results from the child's need are not met. For instance, say, as for example, a child who acts out in a line might get dysregulated with transitions. We have seen this many times it happens. So this child needs to hold the teacher's hand as the line leaves the classroom. We need to help. Yes. The child who finds it hard to say goodbye to their parents and responds by, starting trouble might need a special task near the teacher so that the child can get connect and feel valued and safe as the child begins the school, the day. All children need to move. And it can be very hard for some kids to sit still and focus for a long without activity. We all know that. We also cannot sit. I had to give a break, right? For 1 hour, 1 to 2. Sorry, till 3. Because we need to move. We need to do that activity. We need to feed our stomach. We cannot sit longer. We cannot sit at a place in a longer time. So for toddlers, it's much more difficult than us. It can be tough to figure out what the child needs in a given situation because they are unable to communicate well. They do not get that vocabulary. They do not get that self-reflection done perfectly. They do not know the difference between getting frustrated and getting angry. So it's we, the educators and the adults who are supposed to do it. So our commitment should be 100% to support the child to ensure that their needs are met in a very healthier way and get him on track for the rest of his life. That's how we'll try to do that. Okay, next. Friends, I won't take much of your time. We'll run through it fast. Yes, this is something very close to my heart. Children live up or down to our expectations. Children see themselves reflected in our eyes. Isn't it? Now, what do you see here, my dear friends? Well, here in this picture, I have written parents, but it actually relates to us as well. To whatever response that we give to children, if the child's emotions to our response is not healthy, then our emotion is not correct. Our response is not correct. Can you see that spring-like line? which is extended on the upper half of the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes.
So our response is not resourceful, and that's why we are increasing that gap and the distance and the connect between our children. Then in the second picture, mirror reflection, not exactly. Our response and child's reaction to it. This is what this picture depicts. So in the next scenario 2, which is stated as resourceful state, the teacher's response, and look at the child's emotions, happy? That is resourceful state. So I'm not trying to tell you, my dear friends, that whatever a child says, you have to do it. It's just that you have to make the child happy, convince with what you want them to do. And you shouldn't get convinced with what they want to do. But balancing their emotions, not harshly, not making them upset, not making them sad. In a very subtle way, you have to be firm, ensure, and respond. Treat them as you would like to be treated by yourself. Yes, Rupa ma'am, I agree with that. So your response, if your response is making the child happy, it's a win-win situation to both of you. Okay. Next. Rewards. Perfect. Giving a student a reward, especially when it is a social in nature, when it is their performance in academics, giving a star, round applaud, like as you said, claps by everyone, not only helps children to continue that behavior and that academic performance to reach higher, but also encourages other children also to behave in a similar way and to reach to that score and to put in that much of efforts by other children also. That's motivating to that child and to other children. When pushing these children to next level, we have to ensure that you set expectations which a child is able to reach. Number one, make sure that the nature of it is not such that it affects the student mentally. The child should not get stressed with the kind of expectations that you are setting. Rather, it should enable them to reflect on their behavior. That yes, I was better last time and best this time. I did good last time, I'm doing better now. Reflection in a positive way. You need to appreciate, you can praise a child for good efforts that they have put in. This will really boost their confidence and their self-esteem. But no overpraising. That can make them arrogant also. Overconfident, yes. So do it in a very balanced way. You know, something like, can you tell me what are the statements that you do it to raise their confidence level and reward them? Something like, you know, in one of the classes where I've been to in my visit, I told this one child that I really liked, I appreciate you completing your lunchbox. I'm glad that you are sharing your pencil with your friend. I like the way that you are able to think so differently. You know, a child was habituated to wash his hand every day if the teacher reminds. So the teacher told me that today he did it on his own and I didn't remind him. I immediately went to that boy and I said, I like you did this without being reminded. Yes, encouraging. That's true. It's really encouraging. Rewards are to inspire and to encourage them. So if a child is sharing something that, ma'am, I didn't do my homework, your first response should be, thank you for telling the truth about what really happened. And then tell them that they should do the homework. But if your response immediately is harsh, next time they will have excuses just like you and I did in our school days. I got hurt here. I had guests. My mother did not allow me. My mother did not have time, and water fell on my books. My younger sister or brother tore the page. We came up with so many lame excuses. And we tend to speak lie because we were afraid of our teachers. Everyone will be afraid of their teachers because they might scold, they might, because our teachers used to do it. Nowadays, we are not allowed to. So yes, give them target, idea to reach them to their goal. Okay. And if they are not able to reach, do not scold, do not shout, in a very subtle way, appreciate, and then tell them that you are supposed to do it. Okay. So rewards psychology works best. And I have seen this in rewards, which I've been telling in my training sessions also, that positive rewards. Absolutely. Yes. You want to say something?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. One of my students, she started learning speaking in English. For example, she used the word, we should not waste water in the class loudly. So then I appreciated and I told, see, she's telling we should not, it is correct, no? We should not waste water. And I added to that one more line, we should not cut trees. We should learn all these children, I told in the class now.
Very
good. So children, yeah, she used means sentence like we should not waste water.
Correct.
That girl. Yeah, I appreciated her.
Now, we being educators, we being authorized educators, we are their mentors. We also have to ensure that in our rewards, we are not leaving a single child unattended here. If you have 10 children, if you have 30 children, ensure that you are appreciating all 30 of them in different parameters. If child A is good at something, I'm sure child B is good at something else. Appreciate child B for that. But if you keep rewarding only a few children all the time, of course they are doing really good, but that's injustice to the remaining children. They will be demotivated. So kindly do not do that. You have to be very careful. You are dealing with tender hearts. Ensure that you are rewarding every child on some other parameters. Okay? Do not allow them to fall. And if they are falling it, ensure that they bounce back. Because falling is inevitable. They cannot learn how to walk without falling also. And in life, falling is inevitable. Not to get scared if they are not able to. How are they going to bounce back and come back again, raise themselves, and try to do it once again is a reward. Got it, friends? So the reward is not just for the best marks. So the reward is for the effort that they are putting in. How fast, how quick they are jumping, bounce back after the fall should be the reward.
Like keep on trying, you will get the things better.
Not only keep on trying. I appreciate you tried.
Or practice.
I appreciate that you tried once again.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is the appreciation. That is the reward. Okay. There is a big difference between a child scoring from 80 to 90 and you are appreciating, and a child received 80% and even in the next exam the child received 80%, but the child had put in lots of effort. Now you are appreciating the child for the effort, not for the score. The child who is securing 40 marks, even this exam the child secured 40 marks, but he had put in lots of efforts. Appreciate the child because the score is same. Appreciate the child for the efforts that he's putting in. In spite of falling down, he's bouncing back. Hope you all are getting me, my dear friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Encourage them. Perfect. Now, the best thing, the last one is, which one of you suggested in Ramya ma'am's class, and that is drawing. Studies proved that nearly 80% of the brain is engaged when people are drawing pictures. Your children can express themselves in more than one way. Besides talking, kids express their feelings through activities, and one of the best ones is drawing. Encourage them to draw more often and express themselves better without restricting their imagination. Now, what is your teacher doing? Restricting the imagination, right? Take time to go through their artwork and get an idea of what goes on in their mind. Explain them, let them explain what they are drawing and how they feel about it. Give them a chance. Don't tell what this teacher is saying. That's a lovely drawing, Sophie. Now let's do another one with mummy's head like a great big round balloon. Can you see these two pictures? These two girls. One girl's drawing is just like a round balloon face. And another one drew exactly the mother's face, whose picture is highly to be appreciated. This tiny little toddler drew her mother's picture as it is. But still the teacher wants to compare and wants that learning outcome of round balloon. She could have made a round over there and teach that this is round balloon, instead of demotivating with the drawing while comparing it, while not reaching to the teacher's, her expectations. The child actually went beyond teacher's expectation. So let's not do that. Okay, friends? Now, let us have a look at few of this, which I actually took part of my session, which I took some time back, that if a child is irritable and bad-tempered, it might be due to lack of attention. She simply doesn't know how else to be noticed. You might feel that the child is disturbing, but there is something disturbing the child, and that is seeking attention. Next slide. If your child often shows envy and jealousy, it might be because you compare her too often with someone else. Of course. Imagine if I keep comparing you with some other teacher or some other mother. How do you feel? Oh God, I'm sure you'll never attend my class if I compare you with someone else. Similarly, these are tiny little toddlers and cute little hearts. Never do that. Yes, next one. The child is saying, whenever I throw a big tantrum, of course, not every day, at times, what I need is just a big hug. Yes, next. If your child had poor self-esteem, it's because you advise them more than you encourage them. You always keep advising, isn't it? Do this, do this, do this, do this, don't do this, don't do this. Why don't we encourage them? Only because of this, that they lose their self-esteem. This is again a total different concept, but yes, let us ensure that we do not give advice unless and until it is asked to our children at a certain stage. Of course, it's required in teaching academics, unless and until they're behaving well, not to give any kind of advice. Okay, yeah, next. Children must be taught how to think and not what to think. That is the psychology of the child. Right? This is the major difference in the psychology, in the thought process, in the making of the brain processing in any child's thoughts. This is what we want them to do. Okay? Yes. Yes, friends. Now, I'm open to answer all your queries. Tell me. If a teacher does a good job, my dear friends, it's instantly visible in the child's behavior. So understanding a child's psychology will help teachers, nurture good values to the children, taking children to a next level in academics, making every child behave well, and many, many things you can do it. Every great personality, we all know that they had a good teacher in their life. You will overcome all these challenges along the way, especially if you are genuinely passionate about this area of observing and listening to a child and understanding the psychology. So if you are up, my dear friends, for the adventure, buckle in and enjoy the trip. Understand the psychology from now onwards. Start observing and listening to the child. I'm just a phone call and a mail away. If you have any doubts, you can anytime approach me. And yes, now we all are open to discuss what you want to. If you have any doubts, if you want to discuss about any case of your child, we can.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, Hema,
Yes, ma'am. There is a special child in my class.
Mm-hmm.
So how to make right, ma'am?
There is some network issue and your voice is actually breaking. Either you repeat or you can text.
What, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. There was some network issues due to which...
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, now I can tell. Yeah.
Yes,
can you hear me, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Yes. There is a special child in my class, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So how to make them write, ma'am?
Okay.
Writing skill, how to improve?
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Special children, we are actually not trained to handle special children, and there are many levels of these special children, to what extent they are special. So they are, few children are cognitively lagging behind, few are visually challenged, few are mentally challenged. So we need to know what kind of child it is and how much challenge the child is facing it. So it's a totally different game. We can discuss whenever I visit this.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm Triveni, ma'am, from Pragati Nagar branch.
Yes, ma'am. Please tell me, ma'am.
Hello.
Please tell me, Pragati, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. I have a...
sorry, Triveni, ma'am.
Actually, yeah. In my class, one child is there, ma'am.
Yes.
She understands everything and she writes well.
Okay.
And but the problem is she will not express, ma'am, any rhymes and all. She will not at all open her mouth. In how she is saying, her mother said, ma'am.
So at home she's saying everything.
Yeah. But she will not. But she is fine in the class. But opening mouth is not there, ma'am.
Okay.
How to deal with such kids, ma'am?
So let's talk to the parents for this once. That there might be. So there are many reasons to it. One of them could be parents might have framed us teachers in a very fearful portrait. So is it that the child is scared in opening mouth over here in school? Number two, teacher might not have pointed this child. So you might not have pointed this child of speaking something wrong. You might have pointed to someone else, but now this child is scared that if I speak, I might be pointed.
No, ma'am. From starting, she was like that only. I spoke to her mother.
Okay.
She said the same, ma'am.
Okay.
But she is also having doubt that what to do, how to deal with that child like that.
Okay. Let us, if parents are cooperative in that case, you can talk to the parents that let us talk something good about the school at home. Let the parent talk something good about the school at home. Let the parent cook a story that yes, when I was in school, I used to speak and I used to get appreciations. Let the teacher talk some kind of stories regarding this in the classroom, saying that I, as a teacher, when I was of your age, I was hesitant in talking in the class. One day, my teacher explained me and I tried talking and I was very happy. And teacher rewarded me. My friends were happy. And you know, something like this, you can start telling a story about that.
She's saying everything in the house, ma'am. In the class only, she's not. I think she's hesitating. How to overcome that problem, ma'am? I'm talking to her. I'll give high fives to her. Stars to her. Everything
high five will be done once she is putting her efforts. Once she's doing it. Whom she is very much comfortable with, as in a friend. Who is a close friend?
Nothing, ma'am. She will
like she might be having breakfast with someone, or you know, snacks box with someone. She might be coming and going with someone, a child whom she might be playing frequently with.
Ma'am, she will not play, ma'am. Actually, she will be observing the things. She will be smiling.
Throughout the day, she is not mingling with anyone.
Yeah, ma'am.
She just plays with them. She goes running with them, but she
will not
doesn't
at all talk
speak
with
a word
anyone.
with them.
No, then that's
not
not
talk with
okay.
others.
That's not at all okay. She needs to, the social skills needs to be improved here.
Yeah, that's what, ma'am.
We are trying to place the kid who is very talkative.
Okay, so let's do one thing. I want you to observe the child, document your observations and share it with me. Then we'll discuss, because with few of the suggestions, I came to know that the child is just not, that the child is not speaking. It is that the child is lacking in social skills. So I think I will come to know more about when I read your observations.
Fine.
So I really want you to listen to the child, do a lot of conversation with the child, observe the child as much as possible. If the parents are cooperative, talk to the parents and get information from the parents, document it, and then we'll discuss on it.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. One child is in my class, ma'am.
Yes.
How many times I taught him colors, but he cannot identify the colors. I showed many toys or things in that color, but he cannot identify that colors.
Okay.
How should I teach him to learn?
What is the age of the child?
3.5, I think so.
Okay. Now let's do one thing. Ask the child to teach other child about colors.
Okay.
Okay. Are you getting me? What am I trying to say?
Taught many times, ma'am, but he will get what? Confused. He will get confused, ma'am.
Okay.
I showed many toys,
No,
things
let
in
the
that
child
color.
get confused. That's okay. That's the child's right to get confused. Not a problem. I just give this task to the child to teach colors. Do not give any resource material. Let the child pick, because the child is 3.5. You can place it besides few colorful, we have this teaching aids which are colorful and different in shapes.
Okay.
Right? Keep that besides it. Keep color pencils, have crayons, few other things also which are colorful, maybe some teaching aids or anything. And then ask the child to teach colors to so-and-so specific child, or ask the child to teach a teacher. Let's see. Let's see what the child is doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening.
Ma'am, this is Praveena, coordinator of Chandranagar branch, ma'am. Thank you so much for your session.
Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure.
It is very useful.
Yes, ma'am.
Our team is like, they are very freshers. They are into this teaching field. They are getting very much useful information from your side. It's been a very great session from the morning.
To be very frank, ma'am, child psychology is a huge topic that cannot be covered in a day or a few hours as well. And I cannot justify doing that in a couple of hours. So whatever was apt, and specifically I received a few suggestions like from the teachers that we want to know more on it, maybe classroom management or those things. So I took up on those lines. But yes, if it has been helpful to you, my efforts are worth putting.
Ma'am, Anuradha ma'am, which she spoke about a kid, like he won't identify the colors. Like he take it very easy, ma'am. Even she complains me, and I went to his her class and we have checked him. He says like if you show yellow, he says blue.
Okay.
See, he laugh at. See, he won't be serious and he won't take it very in a normal way. Like he said, so she's asking, I have to answer something. That is his thing. So he'll be in that way.
Okay, let's do one thing. Let us not ask the child about colors.
Okay.
Tell the child that let's play a game. And don't only involve this one child. He'll immediately know that you want to test him. So involve few other children in the class. And then randomly ask everyone, you give me red, you give me blue, you give me green.
Okay. Done.
Let's see. Unknowingly, let the child do it. I'm sure the child is aware about the colors. It's just that the child is playful and not willing to answer what you are questioning it.
Yeah, ma'am.
The only thing that I'm able to see here.
Sure, ma'am. We'll work out on it. And sure.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, ma'am. Go on, Anuradha ma'am. Go on, please.
Just saying, ma'am, he will be like that only in the classroom.
Right. Yeah. So we are also millennial parents. We are also very smart. We are smarter than the child.
Yes, ma'am.
So you also get involved with the play with all the children, few other children along with this child. And yes, give them a task. You purposely identify a wrong color.
Okay.
Tell blue to green color and let's see what is the child responding.
Sure, ma'am. For sure, we'll do it on Wednesday.
At least these two things you try to do. You identify wrong color purposely. And second, give task to everyone, just like everyone, give the task to this boy of giving me so-and-so colors.
Particular colors. Done, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
My pleasure, ma'am. Yes, friends, we are still 50 members here. Anyone? Okay. Thank you, Latifa, ma'am. Sure, we'll surely have it as early as possible because you have made it interactive and I'm very happy with that. Thank you, Raja Lakshmi, ma'am. Thank you, Rupa, ma'am. Thank you, Amrita, ma'am, for acknowledging my efforts.
Hi, ma'am.
Thank you, Manasa, ma'am. Ankita, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
Like
after earlier, I was not interested, but after being in with Iris Floret since last 6 months, I just want to know, is there like any course like how to do that? I want to know much more how to understand like child psychology and how to manage different behavior kids.
We will regularly do these sessions. We have 3 sessions, 2 to 3 sessions every year. The first session agenda is 2 days long where we have it face to face. We try to do it for 2 days agenda. That's the first session. Second is usually online, and third also we'll try to do it in a customized way. So whenever either we'll come to your school and we'll conduct the customized session over there based on the requirement, or we'll again have a cluster of schools and conduct it offline. So we'll try to work out. You can put forward your request, whatever you want to. We'll surely try not to disappoint you.
No, much. Actually, I want there are a couple of trainings now. Like we can get the certificates. Like
certificate we will give at the end of the year. If
no, not just the training certificate, ma'am. I want to know beyond that. Like you people must have done so much of learned so much of things, and you people are teaching us. I want to do at least any one of the certificate like that training.
We'll let you know.
Please, ma'am.
You send us a mail officially and we'll reply to that.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhavya, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jyoti, ma'am. Thank you, Usha, ma'am. Amrita, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pooja, ma'am, and Chala, ma'am. Okay, we end up the session here. Goodbye and have a great weekend and happy Diwali to all of you.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Bye bye. Diwali, ma'am. Bye all of you. Thank you.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Happy Diwali, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Bye.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali, ma'am.
Happy Diwali, ma'am. చెప్పను ఎన్నిసార్లు
Get down.